Dual Cultivation audiobook by Kevin Volume 1 Prologue 1 The man picked up by the gods. Prologue 1 A lone man was standing alone in an empty space. Where is this place? Whispered the man. As he uttered those words, three beings suddenly appeared before him. You've come to, young boy, are you fully awake now? Old man, I would be grateful if you could respond. Woman, yes, I'm all right. I was just startled for a bit by your sudden appearance and wasn't able to respond. I am Take Bayashi Ryoma, Bamboo Forest Dragon Horse. No need to be so stiff. Come, let us drink tea while skipping the formalities, responded the old man with long hair after hearing Ryoma's response. The old man waved his hand and out came a tea table along with some tea. Thank you very much, said Ryoma. As Ryoma gave his thanks, one of the three beings, a woman, faced him and as she cheerfully laughed said this. Come, seat. Honestly though, you sure are pretty calm, huh? True. So far everyone that has come here was so shocked that they tried to run away from reality. For a guy to come here so completely unfazed to the point of being able to calmly hold a conversation, this is without a doubt the first. Young boy, what? Isn't being able to talk quickly a good thing? Though it's true even I didn't think it would be to this degree. Old man, said the three beings as they drank tea. Ryoma took a sip of his tea and asked, if I may ask just one question, where is this place? We are in the language of your world, gods. As for why you are here, well, unfortunately last night while you were sleeping you stopped breathing. When you died, we took your soul and brought you here. In other words, you are in heaven. Old man, God, oh I see, it was something like that, replied Ryoma as he nodded, seemingly understanding, after which he took another sip of his tea. Hearing that response, the three main gods were bewildered, especially the god that had the appearance of a young boy. Why, that's it. Young boy god, couldn't you be more like that's a lie, or why did I die, or something? Female god, all the people that have come here so far were all a bit more shaken, you know. And it doesn't seem like you think this is a dream, rather you are taking this really calmly. This is cheating. TL note, line originally says, reincarnation cheat, truly unusual. Old man God, please don't be mistaken. As a matter of fact, I am actually very much surprised. It's just that as far as I know, a vast place like this where everything is white and has no exit does not exist in my world. That's why for the three people in front of me to all be gods, and the fact that I have already died has become something that I can accept. But even if, perhaps, you were lying and this is in fact a dream, then when the time comes I will simply wake up. As such, there isn't any reason for me to particularly make a fuss, right? In the case that I've already truly died, even if I make a fuss now, nothing will change. And besides, it's not like I have any attachments to my previous life. Ryoma, oh really? Humans could actually think like this. Did you undergo spiritual training somewhere? Have you actually reached enlightenment? Young boy God, that's not possible. For one, I am a worldly man. Almost 40 years old, yet my hobbies still include anime, games, manga, and light novels. I've never gone out with a girl, but I am definitely not the kind of person that could ever reach enlightenment. It's possible that I've been influenced a tad too much by my hobbies, and for the record I am more or less surprised, you know. Ryoma, I don't believe it has anything to do with your hobbies. There are many people that have the same hobbies as you that have come before, and rather than being calm, they were especially agitated. It was quite a problem because they wouldn't even listen. It's not to the point where it was depressing, but they were certainly affected far more than other people. Female God, your calm temperament is most likely something you've had with you since birth. You, excluding special situations and your social disposition, are bad with sudden responses, but basically you are always calm, right? Old man God, now that you mention it, that's about right. I am horrible at dealing with people and am bad at quick lies. The only thing exceptional about me is my ability to always remain calm to understand whatever situation I'm in, as expected of God. Ryoma, actually I already took a look at your file before calling you here. Old man God, is that so? I see. Then would it be okay for me to know the reason regarding why I was called here? Ryalma, of course, but I wonder if you will be able to understand it in one word. Cliché. Old man God, I see, going into a different world, right? Will I simply be transferred? Or since I'm already dead, reincarnated? Ryalma, looks like the explanation will really be quick, huh? Female God, more or less it's transfer. You will be going into a different world and into a body we made, so there won't be any need for parents or the like. Old man God, well, the body over there will be quite young, so you might be able to call it reincarnation. Also, if you have any requests for the appearance, we have some luxury to modify it a bit. Young boy God, I see. May I know exactly how much? Ryalma, in general, before 10 years old. If it's like that, then at least even if you get lost in places like the forest, if your luck is good, then there is a possibility of being saved. Also, as a kid, you'll be able to live without being suspected and will be able to go to the city and start your life there. Of course, we'll protect you as much as possible. Old man God, thank you very much. Regarding my appearance in the other world, please make it normal. By the way, what should I do in the world I'm about to go to? Is there a mission I have to fulfill or something? Ryalma, it's not that there's none, but the act of you going into another world is already a form of mission. But the moment you are able to go there, then that duty ends, so at the same time it's like you don't really have any missions. Female God, our objective is to send you to another world and at the same, start exhausting the mana of Earth and then send it to the other world. Young boy God, is it only mana that can't be sent to other world? Ryalma, yep, because it's only mana which can't go over the walls of the world. With the power of a god, a thin hole can be opened on the walls of the world. Your soul, protected by the power of God, will be pushed inside the wall. Like this, your soul will become like a stuck stick. After transferring your soul to the other world, the hole will stay open for a moment, since the wall can't close up because of the power of God that is protecting the soul. And then from the hole that was made, the mana of this world will flow to the other world. Young boy God, the other's world mana is growing. If the mana dries up, then the humans who have been living a lifestyle that relies on magic will, of course, be troubled. The magical beasts that feed on mana will be annihilated. The food chain that is balanced around the existence of the magical beasts will also be broken. The thing is, although Earth has mana, the method of using it wasn't passed down, and as a result, it's not being used at all. There's also no magical beasts on Earth, so since no one will be bothered, it's better to send it to the other world. Female God, I understand. Especially the fact that if the mana isn't purposely being exhausted by something, then the other world's mana must be being used up faster than it can be produced. Am I correct? Ryalma, it is exactly as you have said. It's true that mana is convenient, but the current human race relies on magic too much. Whenever they need something done, they, without stopping to think, immediately use magic. And although various research has been done on the development, the number of people that use magic without trying to manage or economize have been increasing. As a result, the amount consumed has increased. But while that's true, the biggest reason behind the mana problem is still the old war, which naturally ruined the amount of mana produced. Young boy God, for it to go back to the way it was before will take time. But the way it was ruined was too severe and wasn't able to be restored completely. And then in order for humans to manage mana usage requires good training. Otherwise, it won't be possible to easily use good magic. That's why there is generally no demand for people that are able to conserve mana. It's unfortunate, but this is the current state of the world. Old man God, that, magic, can I also use it? Of course you can. Old man God, you can. Young boy God, you can use it, you know. Female God, really. Ryalma, oh, finally a normal reaction. Young boy God, excuse me, that was rude. Young boy God, well then, in regards to magic. The body in the other world will also be human, and whether or not you will be able to use magic will depend on your training. Old man God, that is reliant on your talent. But as an earthling, especially a Japanese, the material should be pretty good as you have an advantage. When it comes to magic, the most important thing is image. Even with only that, you should be able to do quite a bit. That ability to easily handle magic's greatest cause is because of the influence of the magic exhaustion, female God. And besides, once you've crossed over to the other world, you will be protected by the power of God, so at that time we will give you some of ability. In other words, a cheat. So even if you have no talent, we will raise up your level to some extent so as to allow you use to magic, and you will be able to use magic as you wish. But being the #1 talent in magic in the world is a bit difficult though. Female God, is that some sort of limit? At the start, where I am unable to do anything, and then after piling up some training eventually I will be able to use magic. Is it that kind of pattern? But even then, more than normal, it will be possible to become #1 in the world quickly, right? Ryama, you're really quick to pick up, huh? That's exactly correct. Japanese people are quite amazing. Although the number of people who think they are only in a work of fiction and seriously believe are few to understand the work of God. Things like reading books for fun is as to us peeping at the world. Isn't us having fun by peeping at the world the same as you guys? Japanese, aren't we doing the same thing? Young boy God, being told that, certainly. Though I have to ask, do you really peep? Ryama, yeah, because since we're basically not able to involve ourselves with the world, we're quite free. Young boy God, we only involve ourselves when a great calamity has descended, and the world is about to be destroyed, or at the moment when great harm comes, or when someone tries to destroy the world and that person happened to have that kind of power. Well, the things I've told you are mostly unnecessary. The last time we were involved was in the world's time period, about 300 years ago. Boy God, yeah, I think that's about right. That time was also the same as this time. It was for the sake of supplement the exhausted mana. The last time we were involved with anything other than that reason was 5,000 years, or was 6,000 years ago, I wonder. Well, in any case, I think there should be at least one such case that we handled within these past 10,000 years. Female God. At the very least, the possibility of something like that happening within my life is quite low, right? Ryama, while I won't say anything in regards to that, but it's probably okay. Such a case is quite rare after all. A fake Mao claiming to be one may come out, but the suppression of the real Mao won't be a big deal. Because in the instance that a real one were to come out, we will end it quickly, female God. So it's not like there isn't a real one, but in any case it'll be fine, right? Ryama, exactly. That's why you can relax and just enjoy your second life. You fancy a world with swords and magic, right? Well, it's that kind of story. Old man God, to think that I really will be able to go, I've never even thought about it. When I go into the other world, I'll work hard at my magic, Ryama. Well then, it's about time we began talking about that special favor. First off, let's take a look at the current state of your talent. Then let's discuss after seeing what's lacking. Female God, after seeing your status, we'll give you our advice, match it with what you want, and then we'll decide on what to do. Young boy God, it's good if take our time, okay? Is that okay? Ryama, it's fine. We're free anyway, and it's because the world has some free mana that we came to take you away. Also, because you were really calm, we were able to talk quickly, giving us significantly more time than we expected. Female God, this world's sense of time has become quite vague, you know. Especially the souls of humans seem to be unused to this environment. For them, the time used was greater than they thought. To begin with, from the moment they woke up until the moment we finally began able to talk calmly took us 4 years. 4 years. Ryama, but you're okay. We were able to talk fairly quick after all. Normally, including some idle chatter, it would take no more than 10 minutes. But actually, it will be better take up some more time, otherwise it will be boring. So let's take our time and talk, okay? Understood. However, is it normal to keep being confused for 4 years? Well, in here you can't get hungry or thirsty, so when you think about it you can worry all you want. Old man God, will the person himself regain his sanity? The point in time at which we make the person calm down also depends on us. The man before you was actually quite arrogant. He wouldn't calm down for 20 years, somehow. One way or another we were able to make him calm down, and after that he was like, until I decide my ability, shut up. Or you bastards, it's enough as long as you give me the ability I want. After what he said, without being able to give him advice, he worried until the very end. And in the end, he went with an ability that wasn't very useful. Then up and decided to use the dangerous appearance that will become like the object of persecution. Young boy God, although he reaped what he sowed, after that was really pitiful. He ran away from reality and wouldn't listen. To some extent we let him turn that way, you know. Even if we tried to poorly calm him down, him being wary of us is a hassle. Doing that, by that time we realized it 4 years had already passed. Not just his soul, but even his emotions were running reckless. Is that so? Well, originally the body and the soul is a set. Even if it is preserved by the power of God, in the first place it's unstable. It's that influence. It's not something to be surprised about. For me, you being so calm is a bigger to surprise, you know. Female God, I see. That clear-headedness of yours is really beneficial for a magician. If the spirit is unstable, the magic will fail, and even if it succeeds, the power will be weak. For a Japanese who likes games and anime to have that kind of tranquility. If on top of that you were to have talent in magic, then you will have plenty of factors to help you succeed as a magician. Young boy God, exactly. Now let's hurry up and check your status. Otherwise we won't be able to begin. Female God, right. Without confirming that you do not have the talent to use magic, we won't be able to decide what ability to give you. Old man God, even though you have talent in magic, it can't be helped even if I were to give you talent for the same kind of magic. Well then, your status is, young boy God, Fufufu, from the contents of your documents that I've read, you have the highest hidden potential, you know. Old man God, Ara Ara, how exciting. Female God, everyone's really having fun, huh? Ryalma, it's because this is one of our few pleasures. Well then, let's go. Status. Old man God, name, Ryalma Takuma, gender, male, age, 39, race, human, physical strength, 10,486, magic power, 172 power, B speed, a defense, B spirit, SSS endurance, a handiness, SS luck. G living skills, housework, LV10, etiquette, LV7, musical instrument, LV3. Singing, LV3, calculation, LV5, battle skills, Taijutsu, LV7, Kenjutsu, LV7, short sword arts, LV6, hidden weapon arts, LV7, spear arts, LV4, bow arts, LV4, staff arts, LV6, counterweight arts, LV4, throwing arts, LV7, covert arts, LV6, trap, LV4, body manipulation, LV5, kiku, LV5, magic skills, magic. Perception, LV1, magic manipulation, LV1, magic recovery. Rate up, LV1, production skills, pharmacy, LV6, smithing, LV1, architecture, LV2, woodworking, LV2, modeling, LV4, drawing, LV4, resistance skills, physical pain resistance, LV8, mental resistance, LV9, poison resist, LV7, disease resist, LV7, sleep, resist, LV7, cold, resist, LV7, heat, resist, LV7, special skills, vitality, strengthening. LV3, super heal power, LV3, endurance, LV6, mental concentration, LV5, survival, LV3, title Gekkokuju, http://n. Wikipedia. org/wiki/geckocuj%c5%8d. Olded equals 459,411,366. The man who lost his life to bad luck before the eyes of the four people appeared aboard. On that board some characters appeared on the screen. Looking at that, it can be seen that Ryalma is very interesting, but the three main gods opened their eyes wide in shock. What is this? Old man god, what's with this status? Young boy god, Ryalma-kun, how did you live your life again? Female god, is there something weird? Ryalma, it's weird, too weird. Exactly where is it weird? I don't have anything to base it on, so, Ryalma, right, then let me give you a quick rundown. First, this status, physical strength, is generally for a normal person. 1,000 can be considered to be good. For an adventurer, 2,000. And beyond that, 3,000, yet yours is over 10,000. As for magic, I'll explain that later. It's also related to your skill. Next is right below that, which is your power, speed, defense, resistance, spirit, handiness. Well, the luck is, besides luck. In general, when you reach B rank, you can be a first-class adventurer. A status beyond the rank of a rank can be considered to be a super first class. But as for your stats, besides luck, everything is B rank up. Plus you have two stats that go beyond a rank. More your spirit and handiness, which are SSS and SS respectively, are already too abnormal. Old man god, regarding your luck, while it isn't something that has a criterion to ranked on, G is definitely way too low. In that sense, this too is abnormal, or rather, you did well living up to 39 years old. That too is an unusual level, since with this level of luck it wouldn't be strange for you to die as a child in an accident. Even if you do become an adult, you won't be able to make much of a living. And also, what's up with this number of skills? Under martial arts skills you have 10, but actually this is still barely acceptable. But the problem is this: your resistant class skills are 7, moreover all of it are at an absurd level. You see, resistant class skills can't be trained except for consistently affecting your body with those. With pain resistance, the requirement is to continuously expose your body to pain and endure. For mental resistance, you need to continuously receive mental blows. If it was only level 1, it wouldn't be too strange, but level 8 and 9 are too strange. Level 5 is already a level which, regardless of how strong a person's heart may be, will surely cause mental illness. If it's 8 and 9, it's a level at the point of which one's heart breaking, and the person committing suicide is an obvious fact. Female god. For normal people there are a lot that have a skill level from 1 to 3. If it's level 1, then that's at the level where they have studied the foundations of a field. If 2, then they have passed the beginner stage and have reached the apprentice stage. At level 3, one can be considered to be fully capable, at 4 skilled, at level 5, a first class, and at 6, a master. In the same way you train resist class skills, the higher the level, the greater the pain you have to endure for an extended period of time. That's why you, who has reached abnormal levels like 7, 8, and 9 is weird. I wonder what kind of life you had to have been living in order to end up like this. Old man god, hearing that, Ryalma began his story little by little. In regards to resist class skills, do you have any leads? Can you try recollecting the events in your mind for a bit? Recollecting in my mind. Okay, I understand. Having said that, the three gods closed their eyes for a while. During that period, Ryalma recollected the events in his past life that may be the reason for his abnormal levels. After a while, the three old gods lowered their heads and said one word. Ryalma-kun, sorry. Why all of a sudden? We made you remember some painful memories. Young boy god, we had you read your memories for us because it's easier that way. Female god, my memories. You mean it's not just the same as thinking? Ryalma, well, it's similar, but you watch videos, right? Well, while it's a bit questionable in regards to privacy, but I wanted to know the exact details. Old man God, I am also just your everyday God. And there were a bunch of things I wanted to see, but seeing your memories, you actually made me pull back. To make a God pull back, that's really amazing. Young boy God Ryomakun, please live as you wish in the other world. The skills you possess are without a doubt a result of your guts and effort. So without holding back, please make use of it. Email God, Also don't forget our power, because that too will help you out. Old Man God Volume 1 Prologue 2 The Man Picked Up by the Gods Prologue 2 Then let's decide what power to give to Ryomakun. Alright, well first of all I don't think Ryoma will need martial class related abilities anymore. So as planned let's give him a magic class ability. Or so I would say, but it seems Ryomakun also has quite some talent in magic. Is that true? Yep, it's true. The skills I have only include magic detection, manipulation and magic recovery rate up. And my magical strength is only 172. Even with only this, could I really have talent? Well, the other world aside, for an earthling those stats are abnormal. Actually, I wasn't able to tell you, but since magic has long been forgotten on Earth, the magical power being 0 is supposedly a given. Normally, there shouldn't even be a single person on Earth that has magic class skills. Is that so? It is. Although there are at least people that have a strong sixth sense and after continuously training, able to receive the magic detection ability. However, people that can manipulate magic do not exist. And even in the other world, people who possess the skill magic recovery rate up are ridiculously rare. It's a rare skill, you know. For an earthling to possess such skills, that's just too amazing. Oh, I got it. Ryomakun. How about I give you the skill all attribute aptitude? Oh, that's a good idea. Right, that's probably for the best. I'm not sure, but I feel like this is some sort of super cheat skill, huh? Hearing Rauma's words, the three gods laughed while broadly grinning. Everyone that comes here says that. Indeed, all ability aptitude, it's definitely borderline cheating. Right, it's that kind of thinking that many people refuse to choose this ability. But you know, the truth is in the other world all attribute aptitude isn't that rare. It isn't something to make such a big fuss out of, really. There are people who were born with such abilities. And if you think about it, as long as anyone trains, then anyone can gain all attribute aptitude. If you take a look at a country's battalion of knights, you will find that there are at least around 10 to 20 people born with the ability. Furthermore, even though the number of attributes that someone with all attribute aptitude can use is quite big, but because of that, if you train those attributes equally, then the development of attribute will be slow. Say there were two magicians. One has many different attribute magic, but all of them are weak, but the other can only use one powerful magic. In this case, the one who will be more highly valued is the latter. In other words, a jack of all trades but a master of none. Indeed, that being the case, it's not really that amazing, so how about it? Right. Let's go with all attribute aptitude then. I understand, okay. Then you'll able to use the lower attributes fire, water, wind, earth, and neutral. You will also be able to use the middle class attributes electricity, ice, poison, and wood, as well as the higher class attributes light, darkness, and space. Is there any other ability you want? We still have quite a bit of room. Can you increase the foundations of my magic? Well, it's possible, but considering the fact that you are an earthling who was supposed to have 0 magical strength, if we were to increase that even more, you will most likely end up becoming an existence that is no longer human. The norm in the other world is 100 magical strength for a normal person. A warrior that also uses magic is around 500 to 700. A normal magician ranges from 1,000 to 5,000, and a royal court magic practitioner ranges from 10,000 to 50,000. And then for the people that we have sent into the other world with the body we made, the lowest was 10,000. But that still doesn't include the fact that that number will still increase depending on the talent and training. In your case, it will definitely increase and not a meager amount either, really. Yes, I believe so. 0 is 0, right? No matter what you multiply it by, it should remain 0. This and that is the same thing. Earthlings are generally supposed to have 0 magical strength. While the possibility isn't 0, other than you, we have only seen one other Earthling that has gained magical strength. But even then, it was only one magical strength. There is a big wall that one needs to overcome in order to go from a 0 to a 1. But in your case, not only have you surpassed that wall, but you have even increased your magical strength. According to nature, this should be impossible. Well, if it's not possible to increase my magic's foundation, then I want some magic that will help me not die once I get there. In particular, I want defensive and healing spells. Oh right, I forgot about healing spells. Good, let's go with this. In regards to defense, all the attributes have various method of defending. It's a bit minor, but how about barrier magic? Barrier, of course. All right, good. But again, we still have a lot of room left, really. It's because your soul is really strong. Since the vessel that will accept our power is quite big, how about a special kind of magic? What do you mean by special? Boost magic and alchemy, summoning arts and slave magic. I can somehow imagine boost magic, alchemy, and summoning arts, but what is slave magic? It's an ability that allows you to make a contract with beasts that you've caught. I guess you could also call it taming. While it can be strong depending on the beasts you've caught, finding them a place to live in may be a bit difficult. I would suggest going with summoning rather than this, since you can just summon them when needed, and when not you can unsummon them. Well, that's also fine, but isn't it a bit half-baked? Isn't there a different way to use slave magic? Isn't it possible to use space magic in exchange for summoning for use with the slave magic? What I mean is using slave magic to catch the beasts, then using space magic to summon or unsummon the beasts. Like this, space magic can be used to create a place that would act like a storehouse for the beasts, allowing me to summon and unsummon as if I was using summoning arts. After Ryoma said this, the three gods huddled together and began talking amongst themselves. After a few minutes, Ryoma-kun, that proposal just now is possible, but there's a bit of a problem. What is it? It's fine for small magical beasts, but with bigger magical beasts, the space you need to make will also become bigger. That kind of magic that can create such a huge space, another world so to speak, is an advanced level magic. So there's no problem with small or middle-sized beasts then. Yep, creating a middle-class dimensional home for the beasts can be done one way or another. Only thing though is that since space magic is a high-level attribute, if a middle-class space magic were to be seen by someone, it will be stand out. But if it was only a low-level space magic around the size of an item box, or short-distance teleportation, then there won't be much of a problem. If it's that much, then that'll be fine. I'll do things as stealthily as possible. Then, just one more thing left. What do you want? Should we strengthen your body further and go with different martial class skills? This body has already been forged by martial arts. Even if I go there, the martial arts that I've learned in this world will still apply, right? Of course. Or rather, in regards to techniques, isn't the one over yours more varied? Take with grain of salt. Then in that case, I won't learn new martial class skills and go with what I've trained with until now. Also, will my knowledge regarding medicine and medicinal plants still apply there? It will. The basic knowledge of the other world and knowledge regarding the skills will respond to the level of skill you possess now. Once you get there, you will understand. Of course, your level of knowledge and ability will remain the same. Understood? Well then, in that case, please grant me the ability of alchemy. Is that okay? If it's magic, then it will require you to train, you know. You won't be able to use it instantly. Yes, it's all right. Since I already have a way to protect my body, and I've also already received healing spells, There's also no problem in regards to martial skills. That's why, little by little, I want to train my magic. Also, alchemy combined with pharmacy may turn out to be interesting. Lastly, by extracting the ingredients of medicinal plants, it may be possible to create medicine similar to the ones we have in our world. So with that, I don't have much to worry. Right, then that's good. Well then, as expected, we really have ended way earlier than we planned, huh? Even though I usually get forced to sit with people I don't like for a long time, why is it that when I find a guy I like, the preparations end so fast? Well, it's goodbye. Unfortunately, that seems to be the case. After deciding the power we will grant you, without waiting we have to send you to the other side. I see. I'm reluctant to part, but this favor that you have given me, I won't forget it for the rest of my life. Don't mind it, it's your life, live as you wish. Because we'll always be watching over you. Show us something interesting, okay? As much as possible, we'll first send you to a safe forest, so no worries. This is the last time, so it's fine to say something selfish, you know. It's fine even if you talk without all the formalities. At the very last, won't you show us your real self? Yeah, that's right. Thanks. As expected, if it's only on the outside, then the fact that I'm just acting politely can be seen through, huh? He stops using formal language from here on. You're human, so don't think of absurd things. We are God. Noticing is a given. Your etiquette level is 7. That's really amazing. Even amongst the nobles and the royal family, there isn't someone with a LV7. Well, hearing that makes me feel somewhat better, since I'm quite bad at dealing with people. Somehow I ended up being able to do things exactly in accordance to form. And because I can do something like this, I was able to barely pass as a working adult. That's why being found out is quite problematic. Even though, right from the start, anything would have been fine, isn't it also bad to just suddenly talk casually with a god? It's unpleasant if you go too far, but if it's you, then it's fine. Besides, my heart is big. I'm a goddess after all, I see. Do you have any plans after going there? If you have any worries, you should let it all out now. We're all ears here, right? Well, in regards to my interpersonal relationships. 39 years, and I've never been able to get along with people well. Even if I go to a different world, I am myself. Even if I go to a different world, I don't think that will change. Honestly, I'm tired of getting along with people. Just keeping up appearances to get along with other people. I've actually thought retiring soon would be good. If you want to do that, then do it. That too is living. But at the same time, since I'm going to a different world, I thought, wouldn't it be a waste if I don't walk? What should I do? Then for a while you're thinking of retiring, when you feel like it, how about going on a trip? Huh. Well, whichever way you decide to go, at the start when you enter the world you will be in the forest. If we were to teleport you right at the center of the town, it might end up being a huge mess. That's why for a while go live in the forest, and then after that won't you try going to the village? Besides, you want to practice your magic, right? Well, yeah. It's fine to take your time. You're the serious type, so when you think of something you end up wanting to do everything. Do it slowly, one at a time. It's fine to wait until when you feel like it. And even if at the very end you aren't able to, then that's also fine. You've already died once, you know. That's why you will be able to truly be reborn. Your previous life is different. So, isn't it fine if you live as you wish? Especially since right after going there, you'll be only a kid. So I think it's fine if you go there and play as much as you want without thinking of anything else, other than protecting your life. Enjoy your practice in magic, But when you go there, you won't be able to use everything from the start. But since you have the knowledge you had with you on Earth, you should be able to understand very quickly, so don't be impatient, okay? It will be good if you put emphasis on controlling. That will be good. In the unlikely case where a bandit may be there, if it's you, then it's not like you'll fall behind. Live at ease as you wish, huh? If I can live in the forest, then I'll seclude myself there for a while. You made me feel a little better just now, thanks. If you try going to the town, then it will be good if you go to the church frequently. Although we can't meet if you can get a skill of trust, then for a short time there's a possibility we may be able to talk. The higher the level, the longer and more frequent. Roger that when I go to the city I won't forget and we'll talk. I'll be waiting. Oh yeah, won't the three gods tell me their names? Ah. Now that you mention it, we haven't able to tell you, huh? Please excuse my rudeness. I am in the other world Serophoro, the creation deity, the greatest god, Gain. I am the god of life, Kufo. I am the god of love and healing, Rurusha, Gain, Kufo, Rurusha. I've memorized it. I don't know how long it will take, but I promise I will definitely go the temple. At that time I'll have you talk to me. I am also free so. Ho ho ho. As Gain laughed, Ryama's body began to be covered with light the size of a grain. Looks like it's time, just like the light novel of your world, template all the sudden being calm. There's nothing to worry about, didn't get the latter half of this line very well. Well then, there's nothing left to say, until the next time we are able to talk again. Based on the standards of man, it will take quite a bit of time. Yeah, that's about right. But whatever you say, I'm grateful to the three gods. And then, oh right, why is it that I have magical strength and magic class skills going into another world? Ah, that's because you kept going over the routine your dad made you until the day before you died, right? That's cause it's completely become a routine. Besides, I had the time. In that routine you also meditated every day without missing, right? That is the cause of your magical strength. That's why, without thinking about it, you were able to detect magic, and have been able to continuously manipulate magic. Because you earnestly continued to do that without noticing it, you kept using up magic. As a result, you ended up with the magic recovery rate up skill. There are also other reasons, but us gods of a different world do not know it either. I see, thanks, just understanding that is enough. I will be born again. The things that happened in Earth have nothing to do with me, right? That's right, it's fine if you don't think about it anymore, as Rurusha said that the light became stronger. Ah, by the way, in the end, why did I die? I should have been sleeping as usual. Was it a heart attack? Nah, you hit your head while sleeping and ended up with brain hemorrhage. I don't remember such a thing at all, though. Well, yeah, that's true. I also haven't seen anyone die in that way other than you, Although it's hard to say, the thing is you sneezed a lot, many times. Huh? 4 times actually. While you were sneezing, the pillow slipped out and at the last moment you hit your head against the floor. It's because your futon was cheap, that's why there wasn't much cushion. Although it wasn't to the extent where it woke you up, that served as an impetus to the cutting of several blood vessels in your brain. Then until morning came, your brain, compressed by the hemorrhage, brought you to your deathbed. How come I died like that? What is that? Hit the head and bleed, from what I know that normally happens in accidents, no, but a sneeze. I died while sleeping because of a sneeze. I just can't accept it. See, calm down. I don't know what I should say, but I understand that you can't accept it, but it can't be helped anymore, right? Cause of death, brain hemorrhage, cause sneeze. Today this is definitely the most shocking thing. While saying that, the light grew stronger again. Mew. Looks like it's ready. It's time. Although I don't really want to end this with this kind of conversation. Stay well and be happy, okay? Ah, got it. Truly, truly from the bottom of my heart, thank you very much. Go, open the gates to a new world. We grant you our blessings. Let there be light on the road of your journey. Enjoy your new life. The three gods in conjunction. Right after that, Ryama was swallowed up with a light brighter than any other. And when that light disappeared, Ryama was no longer there. Looks like he was able to leave safely. We were able to give him power without any problems. The resulting magical strength was tremendous, much more than expected. The other end of the transfer is a safe forest without any strong beasts or animals. It's fine, right? That's right, I hope that kid finds happiness. I hope so too. The world is overflowing with unfortunate people, but, in his case, the kind of misfortune he has is different. Sigh, exactly what is the god of earth thinking? To think that he would actually change a living being's destiny. Most likely Ryoma Takuma was originally supposed to have become some sort of amazing person, perhaps as a martial artist. But with the sleight of hand that destiny was changed. The people he should have met was mostly filled and changed with malice, closing the road that should have been there. And in the end, the happiness that he should have received was taken away. I don't know if the God receives something from a believer or something, but this way of doing things is, rather than being a God, isn't it more like a demon's? I heard that faith on earth has been fading, but is it that bad? At any rate, it's not an act that should have ever been done. His abnormal resist class skill level is a result of the God's curse which caused him to suffer. Because of that, his level grew higher than normal. I wasn't able to say it to Ryoma-kun, but because he was influenced by the power of a god, that's why he ended up gaining magic class skills. Let's make him happy on the other side. I take it there's no objection. Of course. As the god of life, he who desperately lived through his past life can receive LV5 survival skills. Is that okay? Can his vessel take it? It's fine, it's fine. I just added a bit of power to his originally LV3 survival skills to transform it. From the start, he was someone who held a skill of the same kind. Not only is it easy to add, but also safe. But really, no matter how you look at it, it's an abnormal skill. To think that he was able to go this far with his survival skills in good all-peaceful Japan. I do wonder though exactly what was he doing with his traps in that kind of environment. It seems like in order to keep his living expenses in check, he was quietly using traps to catch pigeons in the park, bringing them home and eating them. And since he kept doing it secretly, in the end he also ended up increasing his covert skills. Thinking from the perspective of Japan's common sense, that's completely an out, isn't it? Well, it's because he was able to do something like that he was able to live until 39 years old. Isn't it fine since he will be able to get along with Seroforu quickly? True, the world he is facing may be Seroforu, or wait a moment. Then in that case, give him survival skills before he wakes up. I, too, as the goddess of love, will grant him the blessed protection of human relations. As for me, I will change his luck a bit from being too low to one a bit better than average. And as for his face, instead of an Eichmann good-looking guy, I'll give him a face that gives off a gentle feeling since he isn't really used to women, so being popular all of the sudden may just bring him trouble. After that, for a few minutes, the gods closed their eyes, stood up, and then after which they opened their eyes and began talking. Well then, the next thing to do is waiting, huh? Well, this is something basic, so I wonder if it's fine. It's definitely okay. He has survival skills after all. Well then, that's fine. So let's go fix his identity settings. There shouldn't be a problem if it's in Seroforu, and that abnormal skill resist level needs to be explained or else. I don't know if it's okay or not to say it's happiness, but pain resist and mental resist are LV8 and LV9. That mustn't be found out with only a little prodding. Well, it's at the level where if people see it, they'll sympathize. That the heart wasn't broken is really a miracle, you know. Well, as long as the person has common sense, they won't go around trying to open old wounds. Then in that case, how about this setting? A boy who was influenced for a long time by some cruel circumstances, becoming distrustful of others, and without going to the city lived in the forest. What do you think? Needs a bit more details, but for a summary that should be pretty good. And though it's a different world, it's not really far off from what happened. And practically speaking, he does have a tendency to be distrusting of humans. I think he actually did a good job to grow up without being too twisted, considering the environment. Omu, his personality was more or less twisted, but in Seroforu that range of idiosyncrasy should pass. Besides, he also possessed Japan's morals, so I don't think he will go off the right path. If it's only Seroforu's common sense, but That can't be helped. On the other side is a dangerous world, different from Earth and has no hesitation in taking human life. Well, that's right. Shall we put the details in? After that the three gods begun discussing, and then they too crossed worlds on their own and returned to the world they should be. Volume 1 Prologue 3 The Man Picked Up by the Gods, Prologue 3 Edit. 2016-0307 Added names, edited a few lines and fixed some wrong names. Particularly martial god equals Teagle, Melia equals Sage. After the three main gods returned home, they called the souls of two elders. Oi, what the man? Where is Teagle? Is it Teagle? Woman, Melia, how, Teagle? Ah, looks like you've come to gain. At that voice the two elders came to notice the three gods and turned around. Who the fuck are you? Teagle. Wait, Teagle, you people are gods, right? Melia, precisely, you did well figuring that out. It was us that brought the two of you here. Gain, because of my age, I was being nursed by my husband and should have already died. That I'm here, then does that mean Teagle also? Melia, yeah. Of all things, the last thing I saw was that piece of shit village chief. And, what did you bring us here for? Teagle. Well, you see, we want the two of you to lend us your names. Qfo. After that the three main gods explained to the two the exhaustion of mana and the supplementation of it by taking mana from a different world. During that, they also talked about the situation of Ryoma Take Bayashi. I think I got the gist of it. In other words, this guy you brought from another world is packing quite a bit of heat. So in order not to arouse suspicion, you want us to make it so that he is our disciple. Melia, exactly. Not only did he come from another world and is talented at martial arts, but he is also talented at magic. Gain, if you include even the gifts you've given him, then he'll end up going past the realm of geniuses. Melia, while I didn't add anything to his martial skills, I made it so he can use various magic. Depending on how he trains, he can grow really fast. Moreover, being able to use both martial and magic skills, he'll end up reaching an absurd level. So I want to make it so that he was picked up by you guys and was taught various techniques. And besides, Qfo, this is his status. Gain. When the two elders saw the status, their faces were filled with shock. What is this guy? Teagle. For resist class skills to actually end up like this. Melia. The resist class skills are especially abnormal. Gain. From the looks of things, the god of the other world intentionally gave him bad luck and stole the happiness that he should have had. Thanks to that, he kept living his life in suffering. These various skills were not given by us, so we can't exactly erase it. But the thing is, once he gets there, he'll definitely get asked how his resist class skills ended up like that. Rurusha, that's why you chose our village. Melia. Well, that does make sense. The people around the village are quite problematic. Children and people who can't fight get bullied a lot as useless trash, but won't they find out? All they need to do is ask where that kid's family is and they'll find out right there and then. Teagle, there's no such worries. Since a few months after you guys died, the village was destroyed. There's no one left in that village anymore. Gain. What? Teagle, what happened? Melia. Well, you see, the people of that village were making killing out of the weapon and medicines you guys made. But when you guys died, all that went down the drain. In the end, they weren't really able to find a way to make a living. Gain. After you guys died, the village head couldn't make as much money as you two and went mad. The useless people and the children who lost their relatives were then sold to slave traders. And eventually, even the villagers themselves started to get sold to the slave traders. When the villagers found out about that, it became a huge mess, and the villagers killed the village head. The villagers then took all the money the village head saved and tried to run away to the village. Along the way, though, they ended up falling out and most of them died. The few survivors were then caught by slave traders and were sold. Qfo. How helpless can someone be? Teagle. They continued to abuse people with lower classes for over 150 years, you know. Considering that twisted tradition of theirs, it's already plenty commendable that they lasted that long. Gain, true. Then from the looks of it there's no problem. Go ahead. Melia, I'm also okay with it. Besides, we're already dead, so it doesn't matter anymore. I was called the martial god TL Note Chu Feng during my lifetime, but honestly it never really mattered. Teagle, rather if possible I would like it if that kid could continue the research I couldn't finish. Melia, no problem, I'll let him know. Although I don't what he will do, is that okay? Rurusha, of course, whatever happens is the kid's choice. After all, this is only my selfishness. Melia, then in that case tell him where I hid Melia's book and my weapons. There were quite a bit of stuff I didn't want to give to the villagers, so I hid them before I died. If it's you guys, then you understand, right? If the boy is going to inherit Melia's research, then those things will definitely be necessary. My weapons should prove to be helpful. Teagle, consider it done. I thank the two of you for your cooperation. Kufo, as thanks I'll arrange it so that the two of you meet in your next life as well. Rurusha, my thank you. Melia, why? Why would you do something like that just because we lent you our name after dying? Ah, whatever, I'll just gratefully take it. To the brat from the other world too, thanks kid. Teagle, after that the three main gods saw the two elders off, and dealt with the preparations for the next life. And then after finishing the settings at the last moment, sent Ryalma a letter. The three gods ran some checks on the world that has been supplemented with mana, and then went back to their Everyday Lives Volume 1, Start Life in the Other World in the Other World. Sarafuru, within one of the countries, was a man named Takebayashi Ryalma. He was sent to the forest of Ghana in the kingdom of Rifuru. As soon as he woke up, he took advantage of the lack of people and began his training in martial arts and magic. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye, and not once has he thought of stepping out of the forest. All right, I guess this is the day's meal. Ryalma spent his day-to-day life gathering fruits, hunting animals, and using magic he learned. It was a comfortable life full of freedom and free of chains. He made his house by digging a cave out of a cliff with the use of earth magic and put up a barrier for the entrance. The earth and sand he got from digging, with a flick of earth magic, were used to create the furniture. As for meals, there were plenty from the surrounding forest. And with the use of the neutral type magic appraisal, Ryalma could know whatever information he needs. Can it be eaten? Can it not be eaten? Without question, Ryalma can distinguish these things. Moreover, in his previous world, Ryalma couldn't use magic, and because of this was completely immersed in his newfound hobby magic, especially the slave magic. Actually, when Ryalma first used slave magic, he had only wanted to try it out and caught the slime near him. But somehow, one way or another, he ended up raising it as a pet, and after half a year something changed. The slime evolved. When Ryalma woke up that day, he saw the slime and noticed that its color had changed. Somewhat startled, he quickly used his beast appraisal ability and found out that the slime had evolved from a slime to a sticky slime. Sticky slime, the sticky slime is composed of highly cohesive viscous liquid. It can spit out the viscous liquid, as well as use the viscous liquid hidden in its body to capture its prey and devour it. Skills: strong sticky liquid, LV1 digestion, LV3 absorption, LV3 split, LV1. Ryalma pondered on why the slime suddenly evolved, and he figured that the culprit must be the green caterpillar. For meals, Ryalma generally fed the slime his leftovers, and during hunting, he would continuously feed the slime the dead green caterpillars that kept appearing. He figured that was probably the reason. Wild slimes were at the bottom most of the ecosystem. Normally, without being able to catch their own prey to eat, they are only left with the choice of swarming over the corpses of the dead. With that in mind, Ryalma had his meals every day, and the leftovers of that meal were given to his slime to eat. In other words, Ryalma's slime is different from wild slimes and is able to eat every day. Moreover, within the meal of the slime were some viscous body fluids. The green caterpillars that spit viscous threads were included in the day-to-day meal. Ryama considered this to be a probable hypothesis for the evolution of the slime. After that day, Ryama caught 3 slimes, and every day he would continue to feed it green caterpillar. And after 2 months, the 3 slimes had all evolved into sticky slimes, just as he suspected. Because of this, Ryama's interest in slave magic increased, and he caught a large number of slimes and made them eat various things. Speaking of which, because of these, the food consumption shot off through the roof. Until he thought of a plan to combine his traps with the sticky slimes. Like this, he was able to secure the feeds for his slimes. The end result: Ryama's slime's current status as of this time are as follows. Sticky slime X153. What started out as 4 slimes somehow ended up this many after splitting. Also, the abilities at the start were only strong cohesive liquid, digestion, absorption, and digestion. But after a while, the slimes also learned cohesive hardening liquid, cohesive string shot, and jump. From the looks of things, it seems even magical beasts can learn skills by training. Also, it seems it is also possible to learn new skills by combining already learned skills. After studying the properties of the cohesive class skills, Ryama was pondering on whether or not the 2 kinds of liquid, strong cohesive liquid and sticky hardening liquid, from the slime will be able to create something. Doing that, he noticed that he was able to make something thread-like. Wanting to see whether the slimes will be able to create the same thing in their body, he made them do it. It took some practice, but after a while the slimes learned the skill. Current skills: strong cohesive liquid LV4, sticky hardening liquid LV1, sticky string shot LV1, jump LV1, digestion LV3, absorption LV3, split LV3, poison slime X188. This slime evolution is a result of continuously being fed poisonous plants and animal feed. But because of the method of ingesting poison, a large number of slimes died in the process, and only a handful of slimes managed to evolve. After that, due to splitting, the slimes ended up with this number. Skills: generate poisonous liquid LV3, poison resistance LV3, generate paralyzing poison liquid LV3, jump LV1, digestion LV3, absorption LV3, split LV3, acid slime X100, a slime born out of sheer coincidence. Apparently, in order for the slimes to consume the hard bones of beasts, the slime's body responded by increasing their digestion ability. After splitting, the numbers ended up like this. Skills: generate strong acid LV3, acid resistance LV3, jump LV1, digestion LV4, absorption LV3, split LV2, cleaner slimes X11, another slime born out of sheer luck. Slimes are omnivores, but they have a particular fondness for drinking water. When Ryama washed his body, there were some among the slimes that wanted to drink the water Ryama used. Well, it didn't seem like it really mattered, so he left them alone. And then they ended up like this. Skills: cleaning LV4, deodorization LV6, deodorization liquid LV4, disease, resist LV5, poison resist LV5, jump LV1, digestion LV3, absorption LV3, split LV1, scavenger slim X457. Ryama was unhappy with the fumes coming from the toilet and the place he designated for trash. Remembering how the slimes liked to gather around the foul stench of dead bodies and the case of the cleaner slimes, he decided to catch 20 new slimes and threw them all there. The result was the scavenger slime. This evolution is able to turn its digested nutrients into fertilizer and throw it up. It also splits far more frequently compared to other slimes. Skills: disease, resist LV5, poison resist LV5, eat filth LV5, cleaning LV6, deodorization LV6, deodorization liquid LV4, release stench LV4, return nutrients LV3, jump LV1, digestion LV6, absorption LV3 split LV6 like this. Ryalma's pets numbered over 900. From the start, Ryalma had always enjoyed setting additional milestones for himself whenever he played games, and never found any difficulties with doing mindless things repetitively like raising levels. After coming here, with no one to stop him, he had completely lost even the tiniest tinge of self-control. Incidentally, because tamers normally ignored slimes, no one knew anything of the slime evolutions. And the cleaner slimes and scavenger slimes in particular are new species that have never existed before. Ryalma's days were spent like this, continuously indulged with the slimes and his magic. From time to time, beasts and bandits would come around, but they were all crushed by the number of slimes and traps. And as for the ones who did manage to do something, they were killed effortlessly by Ryalma's own Fighting Strength Volume 1 Chapter 1. The Man Picked Up by the Gods Volume 1 Chapter 1 tilde side Ryalma tilde today was like any other day, and I was out hunting to get some food for my slimes. Only today, some visitors came. They didn't seem to be bandits, so they were normal people. Within the 3 years I've been living isolated here in the forest, I haven't met any other humans that weren't bandits. This was the first time in a long while. The number of people reflected in my eyes is 5. All of them except for one were wearing armor. That guy who wasn't wearing an armor was covered in blood and wrapped with bandages. Looks like he's hurt. Ugh, Huzu, pull yourself together. Camille, Mana is. Sorry, it's not ready yet, leave me. Don't say stupid things. From the looks of things, they seem to be in a really bad state. I think I should take them with me to my house to let them rest, and I could also help tend to their wounds. In order to do that, I need to go to them and talk to them in a way without being threatening. But then, what should I say? Good day. Yeah, right, the circumstances don't fit at all. How about, hey, you guys are definitely suspicious, right? Actually, I haven't talked to anyone for the past 3 years, so I have communication disorder, something like that. While I was in the process of thinking up of a way to put down their guard, they spotted me. Who's there? Wait. The man who walked in front pointed his sword immediately, but the guy behind him made him stop. I apologize for that just now. We were just being cautious. By the way, who are you, and why are you here? This is a bit too deep in the jungle for a kid, so you must be lost, huh? Asked the man, but somehow Ryalma's voice couldn't come out. Hunting, you trap. Oh, you hunt by using traps. Somehow, someway the guy understood what I nodded vigorously to indicate that he got it right. But this place is dangerous, whatever. Rather than that, why are you blocking our way? I pointed at the wounded man. Wounded? Exactly, my subordinate is wounded, which is why we are in a hurry. I hurriedly brought out the potion I made, but seeing that the guy with a sword from a while ago went in front, I quickly jumped back and showed them the potion. Wait, is that a potion? I nod. Wound dangerous, medicine use. You would let us use that medicine, hurry. Hearing those words, the men glanced at each other and carefully took the bottle. After they confirmed that the contents weren't poisonous, they made the wounded man drink it. After a little while, the color of the man's face became slightly better and they lowered their guard a little. I give you my thanks for giving us this medicine. Like this, Huzu may be able to hold on for a bit longer. I wanted to tell the guy who was thanking me to go to my house to get some rest. But house, rest. This is pathetic. The words just won't come out at all. It's not like he is a bear or something. I tried talking again, and somehow, someway I was able to get my thoughts across. Somehow. We came across a bit of a problem along the way, but somehow we managed to reach the cliff. Whenever I leave, I would normally use earth magic to shut the entrance tight, so I used earth magic to open the entrance and invite them in. Inside, welcome. Thank you. When everyone managed to get in, I put up the barrier of hiding. Seeing that, one of the armor-wearing men spoke up. This is barrier magic. That's a pretty unusual magic, huh? Is the barrier hiding us? I nodded my head once and then replied, "Can run, you 5. Don't worry, all right." Thanks. Nodding once, we went deep into the cave. As expected, if someone were to suddenly bring you to their place with nowhere to run, you'd be anxious. But rather than that, I wonder what I should do. More or less it's gotten better, but I still can't seem to talk properly. Volume 1, Chapter 2 TL Note. To avoid confusion, let's make things clear. This novel follows Western name ordering. So first name, then last name. Reinhardt is the first name and Jamal is the last name. Volume 1, Chapter 2, tilde side Reinhardt Jamal tilde that boy we met who gave us medicine for Huzu, brought us deep into the forest. I wondered to myself, why is he in a place like this? And looking at him, I can see that he's quite young. Is there really a place we can rest at if we keep going this way? I don't know. But the medicine he gave us didn't have any poison and I can't feel any hostility from the kid. It's probably because he uses traps to hunt. That kind of hunter would make a safe zone inside the forest so he can hide easily. So it's not too strange for there to be a camp deep here in the forest. The other 3 that was with them also had their suspicions. After all, no matter how you put it, even if there's no hostility coming from the kid, a kid out here in the forest is definitely strange. Only the clothes he's wearing are too clean. So regardless of how cheap those clothes are, he shouldn't be a bandit. While thinking about various things, the kid suddenly stopped. Is there a problem? Trap, prey, caught will come now. It's good that you caught something, but what do you mean it will come? All of a sudden, near the boy, a slime came out of the thicket. Immediately, I took my sword out and slashed at the slime. But the kid went and stood between me and the slime. What are? Ku. Like flowing water, he took out a dagger from his waist, pointed it diagonally downwards and parried my attack. And then he tried to hit my wrist with his dagger's pommel. Right after, the boy jumped back, taking some distance, but at the same time he took with him the slime I tried to cut. Then perhaps. You bastard, what do you think you're doing? Reinhardt-sama, please step back. Wait, kid, is that slime your slave monster? Hearing that, the kid nodded deeply many times. Sheathe your sword, Jill, but stand down. In this situation, the one at fault is me. This kid didn't do anything other than protecting his slave monster from my attack. Also, he didn't try to attack me after protecting the slime. Above all, he never had any intentions to hurt me. Otherwise, that one attack wouldn't make sense. He didn't use the blade, but instead used the pommel. Clearly, he never had any intentions of actually fighting. But still, what the hell is this kid? Even though I'm like this, I still have confidence in my sword, you know. My apologies, I didn't know it was your slave monster. But a slime, huh? That's really nostalgic. When I first started out, I also started with a slime, slave magic practitioner. Well, former slave magic practitioner. A few years ago when I got married, my slave monsters grew too old to fight. I've never really tried to tame a new one ever since I've already settled down. But let me tell you, in the past I took with me beasts like Red Horse and Blizzard Ape. Amazing person. You see, my household have been slave monster arts practitioners for generations. From the moment we were born, we are taught all sorts of things. It's not like I'm particularly gifted at magic. Although when it comes to my sword arm, I do have quite a bit of pride. The kid took the rabbit the slime brought to him, put it in the pouch on his waist, and then we started walking again. From time to time we would stop, and slimes would come to bring him small animals. After a while we were finally able to see a cliff. Wait, after saying that, the kid held his hand out towards the surface of the rock and used earth magic. A part of the rock broke down as if it were dissolving and an entrance appeared. Inside, welcome. Thank you. From the looks of things, this is his so-called home. I see, using earth magic he created a cave inside the cave. Certainly, if it's like this, then it's probably safe. While thinking that, as we entered the cave, the boy used magic on the entrance. When Camel saw that, he couldn't help but ask, "Is this barrier magic? That's some pretty unusual magic you're using there, huh? Is the effect concealment?" The kid nodded once and then answered, Can run, you five, don't worry, are right. Thank you. I wonder if he noticed that we were still being cautious until now. After this, I definitely need to apologize. After walking deeper into the cave, we saw walls and surfaces smoothed out cleanly. Furniture made out of stone and wood decorated the room, and the surrounding walls had glowing magic stones. Although we were inside a cave, the room had plenty of light. What a surprise, it's actually more of a house than I had thought. Here, wounded, sleep, sorry about this. Huzu, go lie down, pull yourself together. Why yeah, potion will come. As the kid said that, he entered a hole in the opposite direction. Well, in any case, we made it in one piece. Yeah, our luck was good, I'm grateful to him. Something the matter, Zeph? Don Cha, think this room is a bit weird. Look, there are few traps, signs of living for a long time, and the furniture are enough only for one person. Now that you mention it, is that boy living here all by himself? Finding out he could use slave, barrier, and earth magic at that age had already shocked me. But living deep in the forest all by himself, he's not normal. He may be older than he looks, only he's definitely not an elf. While talking about such things, the kid came back with his poison slime carrying a large number of potions. Potion came. Thank you, I'll definitely repay you someday. Don't mind, it can make as much as I want. At those words, we couldn't help but stare alternately at the boy and at the bottle. Camel, unable to hold, exclaimed, "You made this potion?" Although at the strength of that voice he shook momentarily, but he quickly nodded his head. Now that he mentions it, the number of potions he has is definitely too many. Clearly not an amount he could afford. Water, said the kid. The slime behind him filled a vessel made of rock with water and then offered it to us. Thanks, I'm saved. Thanks, boy, thank you. Something the matter. Name, Ryalma, and then it hit. We got all the way here without giving our names. Ryalma. I suppose that should be your name then. My apologies for the late introduction. I am Reinhardt Jamel, the feudal lord of the Jamel Duchy. For lending me your hand to save my subordinate, I offer you my thanks. Pardon my behavior. No, please don't be apprehensive. You are my benefactor. Please continue to speak as you always have. Thank you, good. And this here from the right is my subordinate Jill, a swordsman. Zeph, the scout. The magician, Camel. And the sleeping one over there is the spear user, Huzu. Name's Jill. Because of you we were saved. Sorry about my behavior before. Vigilance, obvious. It's Zeph. Nice to meet you, and I'm Camel. A pleasure to meet you. But seriously, I ran out of mana and couldn't use any healing spells. If you hadn't come, we'd be knee-deep into the trench by now. So thank you, really thank you. It's fine. We took a detour on the edge of the forest by horseback. Over there we were attacked by some bandits. Bandits alone ain't a problem, but while we were going at it, a black bear came biting out of nowhere. Huzu got taken by surprise and was done in. We managed to defeat the bear, but Huzu's wound was worse than we thought. Seeing how we probably wouldn't make it to the village, we tried to go through the forest. Hearing that, the kid started nodding, showing he understood. That aside, kid, what are you doing here? I heard that thing about you hunting, but it seems like you've been living here for quite some time. And hunting at your age and even using magic and making potions, I'm really shocked. Grandmother, grandfather, learned, former adventurer. Oh, so you had former adventurers for your grandparents. And where are they? Did they go somewhere? Hearing those words, the kid cast his eyes downward and said, They've passed, I see, sorry. It's fine, 3 years already. No, 3 years ago. 3 years, exclaimed the 4 men in unison. Jay, just wait a second, you mean they didn't pass just a few days ago or something? Since when did you start living here? 3 years ago, village left one because outsider to think there was such an exclusive village. More or less there should be something like that, but really to think there's such a cruel place. You weren't chased out on the village and left on your own. Villagers' oppression. 95% took 95%. Oh boy, that's a hell of a crazy village you got there, huh? Even for a cold village, that's just pushing it. You did pretty good living until now. Grandparents, medicine, and weapons, good stuff, high living was able, but they already not here, can't make, they said. Different village go, so village left here, live because can live, I see. So he stopped trusting humans after being oppressed by the village. I understand your reasons, but I really can't recommend it. In the forest, there are many powerful beasts. To a kid your age, this place is just too dangerous. It's okay, lived 3 years, but oh right, wait a sec, all of th4e sudden Camel started searching his bag. Ah, found it, it's this. What this? This is a small identifying crystal. This is an easy-to-use item that can identify your status. It can show you your 5 highest skills. And if touched by a criminal, the light will turn red. If the person is innocent, then the light is blue. After that, your name, age, race, and 5 skills will also be shown. If with this, you have a high-level fighting skill, then I'll stop pestering you about leaving the forest. Understood, as the kid said, that he was about to touch the crystal until he remembered something. Before bandits attacked, killed them, is that sin? If they were really bandits, then there won't be any problem hearing that he touches the crystal. The light is blue. Whether he actually killed bandits is still up in the air, but he is definitely not a criminal. But Camel, who was staring at the crystal, turned pale. What is this? What's th? Jill, who took a peek at the crystal from behind, was suddenly breathless. Seeing that, I and Zeph also went to take a look. But after seeing the status, we were speechless. Status shown: domestic chores, LV10 mental pain, resist LV9 physical pain, resist LV8 disease, resist LV7 cold, resist LV7 impossible. What is with this level and skills? Domestic chores LV10 is whatever, but mental pain resist, physical pain resist, and even disease and cold resist. Moreover, everything is over LV7. Exactly what kind of environment was he in for him to end up like this? Moreover, he is 11 years old, then that means he was living here since he was 8. Something the matter. Unfortunately, a fighting skill didn't come out, that's it. Is that what you should be talking about right now? I said to myself as I kept staring at Camel. The other two were the same. Camel scowled back at us with a, "Then what should I talk about in this situation?" expression. "Sorry, I'm so sorry, Camel. This isn't really something you can talk about. Sorry, but do you mind letting me use your toilet?" While thinking of what to say, what came out of my mouth were those words. The other 3 glared at me fiercely. "I'm sorry, but it can't be helped. Because I really want to run from this place as soon as possible. Inside will guide slime many, no worries, I won't. I was a former slave magic practitioner, you know, so I won't do anything to your slave monsters." I followed him to the deeper room. When we got there, what greeted me was a large number of slimes. This is amazing. I've never seen so many slimes before. For research. Evolution, Slimes having been told, I noticed that when you look at the slimes, not all of them were just slimes. Sticky slime, poison slime, and over there that's an acid slime. And then after that, what are those? Those 2 slimes, I've never seen those types before. But that aside, these kind of high-level variations should exist in this forest. You found the evolution conditions and made these evolve by yourself. Yes, the research of magical beast evolution conditions is a very important thing to slave magic users and conjurers. Understanding even a single one of these conditions takes a long time. The fact that you were able to understand so many is something worthy of praise. Unfortunately, though, they're all just slimes. Slime bad. I'm sorry for saying this, but slimes are weak magical beasts. Even if you make them evolve, they're still weak. Although slave magic users and conjurers often make use of them to study the basics, they don't have much value outside of that. In general, practitioners of both arts would pick a slime for studying, then after a while get rid of them and then tame a horn rabbit for their next beast. Because you see, a horn rabbit is at the very least, as a pet, lovable. Tough world, tough world. Those are the thoughts of an 11-year-old kid. Well, that's only the opinion of the majority. It's not like all slave magic users think that way. At the very least, the poison slime's poison and the acid slime's acid isn't something that is made light of. After studying the basics, it's a valid way to make use of the slimes already tamed. Because if it's a poison slime or an acid slime, then at the very least its power is greater than of a horned rabbit. Slime, convenient. Useful, knowledge the magical beast, how to take advantage of its traits, and giving out orders to make decisions on the battlefield are the most important things to a slave magic user. It seems you know this well. Arrived, toilet here. Right, thank you. Now that you mention it, I did ask to borrow the lavatory. Well, it's not like I could tell him it was a lie after going all this way. So I just went ahead and took care of my business, then went back to the room. Volume 1 Chapter 3 TL Note. In Japan, when they check stuff, a means a check. If they cross things out, it means it's wrong. So when the slime makes a circle, it means yes, or affirmative, kinda like a thumbs-up sign. Volume 1 Chapter 3. After guiding Reinhardt and going back to the room where the other four were, Jill asked Ryoma a question. Ryoma, how do you usually hunt? Trap, bow, slime, the slime aside. You're basically a genuine hunter, huh? Having seen Ryoma's skills, they did their best not to make a careless remark. So aside from the sleeping Hyuzu, the other four engaged in idle chatter. Ha, Hyuzu, get a hold of yourself. We managed to stop the bleeding with the potion, but this time he's gone down with a fever, antipyretic. Have water come, as Ryoma said that he ran into the deeper halls. Master, it seems meeting that boy was truly good luck. Indeed, if we weren't able to meet him, we wouldn't be able to save Hyuzu. Although his condition is still unstable, even if we were able to use magic to stop the bleeding, the fever would still be able to claim his life since magic can't lower the fever. Well, after losing all that blood plus the fatigue, it's not so surprising. But that aside, what are you gonna do about the kid? It's too dangerous out here in the forest. I know that. But he's already lived here for 3 years. He should already be aware of the danger, since he has actually survived. Moreover, that number of resist skills and level. The village he lived in must have been really cruel. To tell him to go to the town, I don't even know if he understands that it's a safe place. The only saving grace is that he's at least not in a state where he will just come and kill a person on sight. Yeah, something like that did happen in the past, huh? That level of resist skill is at the point where it's not strange for someone's heart to break or for them to die. Reinhardt-sama, as the father of one child, isn't there something? You know, in this room outside of our boss here, there ain't a single person who has a kid. How are we supposed to decide? But I'm also at a loss here. He's a special case, and besides, as a father, I haven't done anything amazing. Don't throw out your chest over something so sad. Well, jokes aside. When we get home, I'll have to talk to Father and Elise. After a while, some slimes entered carrying jars of water, an oddly shaped jar and some kind of pelt. The slimes stretched their body and put the various jars and pelt in front of the four men. After which, the slimes went back except for one. Thanks. At Camel's words, the body of the slime shook. Was it trying to say, don't mind? As the four thought that, the slime stretched his body and alternately pointed between Hyuzu and the things that were brought. Right. This stuff is for the fever, huh? Right. Well, the water is obvious, but the pelt, I suppose that's to replace the sheets. As Camel said that, the slime extended his body, creating 2 tentacle-like arms and made a huge circle. All right, wait, isn't this black bear pelt? Now that you mention it, certainly. This is without a doubt black bear pelt. That kid managed to hunt a black bear. Unbelievable, but right now Hyuzu's treatment needs to be prioritized. At Reinhardt's words, Zeph and Jill put the pelt over Hyuzu's body. After which, Camel tried to get water from the stone bowl but was stopped by the slime. What? The slime stretched its body and pointed to the oddly shaped small jar. You want me to use this? At Camel's questions, the slime responded by making another big circle. Camel followed the instruction and drew water from the jar. I'm gonna draw the water now. Right after, the slime extended its tentacles and inclined the jar Camel was holding. The inclined jar had a long and narrow protrusion, and inside it lay an empty hole. From there the drawn water came out. Seeing that, the slime pointed at the hole and then pointed at Huzu's mouth. You want me to incline this towards Huzu's mouth and make him drink it? The slime answered again by making a big circle. Camel did as he was told and made Huzu drink the water. Looks like he was able to drink properly. Hearing those words, the slime jumped and went towards the direction the other slimes went back to and disappeared. Around the same time after the slime had left, Ryuma came back. Antipyretic, make him drink, thanks. You're a great help. As Reinhardt said that, he made Huzu drink the medicine he got. As everyone heaved a sigh of relief, Camel asked about the jar. Hey, is this drinking jar specifically made for sick people? Ryuma deeply nodded. Oh, that's really convenient. I have one more question. It's about the slime that was here a while ago. That slime was quite handy. It's the first time I've seen a slime that can respond to questions. At some point, it learned, if tamed for long, can learn. I see. A slave magic user that has used a slime for a long time is really rare. And a slime like yours that has become able to understand is especially rare. So to say, there's probably none outside of yours, huh? The four finally let their guard down as they came to understand that Ryuma truly wasn't an enemy. Seeing as how effective the medicine was, and Huzu's state stabilizing, the four breathed a sigh of relief. They passed the time by idly chatting about silly stories from outside the forest. That day's supper were the monsters caught by Ryuma and his slimes, plus the vegetables he personally cultivated inside the cave. The menu were stir-fried chicken and vegetables. To make it smell good, fruits that resembled lemon and herb were added, and rabbit meat soup. Ryuma chose these for supper because they were easy to make, but the other four thanked him a great deal, finding them to be very complex dishes. That day, the 5 men all slept at Ryuma's place. They were planning to leave after the next day, but Huzu's recovery was faster than expected. In order to make sure he was clear-headed, they decided to leave tomorrow morning before lunch. I really thought I was a goner this time. Thanks for saving my ass, Sonny. Is it really fine? What, you're worried about me? I thought you hated people because I heard you didn't want to go to villages or towns, but unexpectedly. Town, village hate, but wounded people concerned. Gahaha, I see. That guy was wrong. The Huzu who was laughing suddenly staggered. Huzu, you okay? No prob, just got a little dizzy. Huzu-san, it's cause you're still recovering. Drink, Chen. What is this bottle? Medicine. Blood-forming medicine, huh? Then I'll quickly. Arg, it stinks of fish. What's up with this smell? Effect, only guarantee. You heard what he said. He gave it to you out of goodwill. Drink it. This is. Besides, it would be a problem if you lost consciousness while we were on the road. They're also worried, you see, saying that Jill and Zeph held Huzu's arm and shoulder to keep him from running or resisting. And then, I'm sorry. Camel took the blood-forming medicine and poured it in Huzu's mouth. Percent. Having swallowed the medicine, Huzu raised his voice, spouting something that can't be put into words. After convulsing for a few times, he appeared to be completely exhausted. You guys. A good medicine is difficult to drink, Huzu. Don't worry, this kid's medicine is the real thing, since the potion that healed Huzu's wounds of good quality armor need. Oh yeah, the armor done in by the bear can't be used anymore. The weapon too, weapon armor. Will bring number problem, is that okay? It's fine. After having said that, Ryuma went inside. After a few minutes he came back with 10 slimes carrying 5 spears and 3 sets of armors. This can be used, equipment used by bandits. You gathered some pretty good some stuff. Everything is quite good. Is it really okay to give these to Huzu? Weapon. Must use I have more. This kind of spear would go for around 5 small gold coins, you know. Take it. Then I'll gratefully accept it. But I just can't agree with receiving something for free. Right now I can't give you anything in return, but if anything ever happens, come to me, okay? I serve the household of the Duke of Jamel after all. If anything happens, come to the town of Gonego, one of the towns under the Duchy of Jamel. It's not that far from here, and if you ask around the guard's room and ask to allow to meet up with the Duke's family's guard Huzu, they will immediately come contact me. So don't hold back. Like this, the 5 were able to put in order all of the preparations for their departure. They gave their thanks to Ryoma and then left. 3 years after coming to this world and living by himself, Ryoma was finally able to properly meet the people of this world. Volume 1 Chapter 4 Volume 1 Chapter 4 3 days after departing from Ryoma's house, the Duke and his men were able to arrive safely on the village of Gonego. Father, welcome home. Welcome home, my dear. Arriving home, the Duke was greeted by his wife and daughter, as well as his own father. Reinhardt, you're back. You shouldn't make your wife and daughter worry too much. Even though it was only 1 day, because you didn't arrive on time, your daughter and wife weren't able to calm down. I see. I'm sorry, you too. No, it's okay since you were able to come back after all. Really, Grandpa, why did you have to go and tell Father that? Ho, 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 don't try to trick me by laughing. By the way, why were you late? And why is the horse you're using different from when you left? Actually, we had to take a slight detour in the forest of Ghana and was attacked by bandits. Bandits? Are you hurt? I'm fine, Elia. We didn't lose to the bandits. But while we were fighting, a black bear came out of nowhere, and although we managed to win, Huzu got severely injured, and I don't know if the horse is still around, but it ran away. Is Huzu safe? He's fine. I thought if we kept going at our pace, we wouldn't be able to save him because of how badly he was bleeding. So I made a decision to go through the forest to reach the village as soon as possible. Then along the way we ended up meeting a strange boy. He gave us medicines and potions and stuff, and even offered to provide us a place to rest. Thanks to that we were able to walk, and even managed to recover to the point we could use horses. Reinhardt proceeded to talk to the 3 about Ryoma. To think a child could stay deep in the forest and live by himself for 3 years. I was also surprised, but it's the truth. It seems he was mistreated quite badly in the village he lived in before. He grew to dislike towns and villages and secluded himself deep in the forest. And besides, we checked his skills through the small identifying crystal Camel brought. Within the 5 projected skills, 4 of them were resist skills, 4 resist skills. I see. Actually, he might have more than that, though I can't say for sure. 4 resist skills are plenty, you know. Just with that, it's a given that he's been raised in a horrible environment. Why do you think so? Because all the 5 skills projected were all greater than LV7. The 3 were shocked. What did you say? Is that true? Yeah, I also doubted my own eyes, but it's unmistakable. Jill, Zeph, and Camel also confirmed it. Father, from what I can remember, a person that possesses a skill more than LV5 is very rare. Just obtaining 1 level is a painful and bitter experience. Because of this, there are many people who give up trying to gain skills, but to actually gain so many resist skills. I agree. But no matter how many times I looked at it, it stayed the same. Disease resist LV7, cold resist LV7. Even more, physical pain resist and mental pain resist were LV8 and LV9 respectively. A9. Impossible. What kind of life does one have to live to actually end up like that? I was wondering the same thing, Father. It's highly probable that he has more resist skills at LV7 and below that wasn't shown by the small identifying crystal, and he should also be in possession of bow and short sword skills. Honestly speaking, I left that place at a loss on what to do. This time I gave meeting to show my gratitude as an excuse, but I really wanted to have a conversation on what should be done. Can that kid fight properly? I wasn't able to ask how he did it, but he had several black bear pelts. That goes to show that he has some skill. Plus he was able to use slave magic, barrier magic, and earth magic. Is that kid also a slave magic user? Yeah, it seems he learned from his deceased grandmother. It doesn't seem like he's registered with the church. But he is contracted with a number of slimes and seems to have been researching the requirements for evolution, as can be seen from the number of higher class slimes that shouldn't exist in the forest of Ghana. There were large numbers of 5 different variations. I wasn't able to ask, but 2 of the variants were classes I've never seen before. Slime, was it? Did he learn to use slave magic by watching? Who knows? There's a possibility he was only able to learn an incomplete slave magic. However, whether one can be an accomplished slave magic user or not is not something that can be decided by the strength of one's beast alone. Indeed, though it may be a slime, to be able to ascertain the conditions for evolution, he is exceptional. Especially slime-related research. Save for a few, there shouldn't be anyone researching slimes. As for whether it will be valued by the church can't be said with certainty. But that boy can definitely be called a pioneer. Pioneer? Dear. That child, he doesn't seem like a dangerous child, huh? Yeah, he only doesn't want to go to town. I think he's a pretty good kid. Then in that case, let's all go together to give our thanks and meet him. Everyone. Yup, besides there's a lot of things I don't understand. If we go on a trip alongside the next inspection of Gimyuru, we'll also be able to take Elia along. At that time wouldn't be fine if we stopped by the forest of Ghana for a bit. And besides, it's bad for Elia to just study on her desk all the time. She should also practice outside, right, stepdad? Yes, that's correct. Elia is already 12, it should be fine if she goes out to tame her own beast soon. Is that true, grandfather? Of course. Provided that you take the responsibility of caring for your magical beset. Yes, I understand. Good. Well, what do you think, Reinhardt? No objections. Like this, they ended up making a visit to Ryalma's house. In the 2 weeks that passed after the Duke's party returned home, Ryalma was extremely busy. Why? Because the slime splitting began. The result of those splits are the present numbers. Sticky Slime X364 Skills Strong Cohesive Liquid LV4 Sticky Hardening Liquid LV2 Sticky String Shot LV2 Jump LV2 Digestion LV3 Absorption LV3 Split LV3 Poison Slime X323 Skills Generate Poison Liquid LV4 Poison Resist LV3 Generate Paralyzing Poison Liquid LV3 Jump LV2 Digestion LV3 Absorption LV3 Split LV3 Acid Slime X2 11 Skills Generate Strong Acid LV4 Acid Resist LV4 Jump LV2 Digestion LV4 Absorption LV4 Split LV2 Cleaner Slime X11 Skills Cleaning LV4 Deodorization LV6 Deodorization Liquid LV4 Disease Resist LV5 Poison Resist LV5 Jump LV2 Digestion LV3 Absorption LV3 Split LV1 Scavenger Slime X730 Skills Disease Resist LV5 Poison Resist LV5 Eating Bad Food Skill LV5 Cleaning LV6 Deodorization LV6 Deodorization Liquid LV4 Release Stench LV4 Return Nutrients LV3 Jump LV2 Digestion LV6 Absorption LV3 Split LV6 Heal Slime X2 Skills Heal LV1 Strengthen Vitality LV1 Photosynthesis LV3 Digestion LV1 Absorption LV1 Split LV2 To put it bluntly, they increased too much. After coming here, Ryalma finally remembered that thing about restraining himself. If it continues on like this, an effect on the ecosystem will probably be seen. Ryalma worried about what to do regarding the overpopulating slimes. Ryalma made the slimes stop splitting temporarily in order to keep the population in check, since if it's just to keep living, the slimes wouldn't need so much food. But if that was no good, then Ryoma also thought of taking responsibility and thinning out the population of slimes. Recently, though, there were some goblins that came from time to build a village, so Ryoma instead sent the slimes to annihilate those goblins and have those serve as feeds. The extermination of the goblins didn't only bring food, but also brought unexpected fortune. When fighting the goblins, the ones that didn't die received grave injuries. Ryoma found those slimes and hurriedly gathered them and used healing magic on them. There were slimes that couldn't make it, but there were also those that did. Among those slimes that were healed, there were 2 that were only normal slimes. The next day, those slimes evolved to heal slimes and were able to use healing magic. Heal slime, a new slime was born. At the occurrence of that new evolution, Ryoma's gamer obsession was once again lit. When he looked at the current situation, he was somehow able to endure. However, after those 3 days, Ryoma's gamer obsession was again relit. These slimes, I wonder if they could fuse. Like do Q. The instant when Ryoma, who was looking at the slimes that packed the house, muttered that. All of the slimes began to shiver, and all of the slimes that were of the same variant began to gather to one place. And in the blink of an eye, slimes that were of the same variant fused and became one. Big Sticky Slime, X1 Skills, Strong Cohesive Liquid, LV5, Sticky Hardening Liquid, LV4, Sticky String Shot, LV3, Physical Attack. Resist, LV1, Enlarge, LV2, Compress, LV4, Jump, LV2, Digest, LV3. Absorb, LV3. Big Poison Slime, X1 Skills, Generate Poison Liquid, LV4, Poison Resist, LV4. Generate Paralyzing Poison Liquid, LV4, Physical Attack. Resist, LV1, Enlarge, LV2, Compress, LV4, Jump. LV2, Digest, LV3. Absorb, LV3, Big Acid Slime, X1 Skills, Generate Strong Acid, LV5 Acid. Resist, LV4, Physical Attack. Resist, LV1, Enlarge, LV2, Compress, LV4, Jump, LV2, Digest, LV4. Absorb, LV3, Huge Scavenger Slime, X1 Skills, Disease. Resist, LV5, Poison. Resist, LV5, Eat Bad Food Skill. LV6 Cleaning, LV6 Deodorization, LV6 Deodorization Liquid, LV4 Release Stench. LV5 Return Nutrients, LV4 Physical Attack. Resist, LV2 Enlarge, LV3 Compress, LV5 Jump, LV2 Digestion, LV6 Absorb, LV3. A panicked Ryoma told them to return, and immediately the slimes split, returning to their original numbers. The relieved Ryoma was excited and repeated the experiment. The results: 1 can fuse and split freely provided that the slime's numbers reach 100 for big slime, and 500 and up for huge slimes. Fusing below 100 slimes is not possible. When 100 scavenger slimes fused, its name became Big Slime, and at 500, Huge Slime. As such, by some stroke of luck, because of this fusion, it became possible to save on food and space. It seems it's possible to make as many big slime as one wants, as long as one is able to reach the 100 same variant slime condition. But one also needs to consider that the split ability disappears when they fuse. For slimes bigger than big slimes, each variety has their own respective assemblies. Moreover, when needed, the new skill, Compress, allows the slimes to shrink to a size just a little bit bigger than the size of the normal slimes. Although it's a mystery where all that volume goes into, Ryoma didn't mind. In regards to food, if you think of it as one slime, then the consumption increases several times. But when you consider that it is a lump of 100 slimes, then the fact that the consumption is able to be held down from 120 until 150 can be understood. After having spent the days like that, all of the sudden 20 people from the nearby group of people came to visit Ryoma's house. "Hey Tilda Ryoma, open up, it's me, Huzu. I'm not an enemy." The one screaming in front of Ryalma's house was the injured person from 2 weeks ago, Huzu. The entrance of the house was being blocked by a boulder, so in order to be heard he has been shouting in a loud voice, only Ryalma was actually in the thicket behind him. Now I will open. Oh, you were outside, Hunt went. So that's why. Then today we came to give our thanks for before, since we had plans to go around this area anyway. Relax, we won't bring you harm. Understood. Ryalma and Reinhardt stepped up. Ryalma-kun, it's been 2 weeks. Today I once again give my gratitude. I brought with me some present. Thank you very much. It's just something to show my gratitude, dear. Won't you also introduce us? Behind Reinhardt stood a beautiful woman and a beautiful girl. There was also a man who, despite putting on years as he stood straight, gave off a majestic aura. Of course, let me introduce my wife, my father, and my daughter. I am Rainbok Jamil, the previous head of the ducal family of Jamil. Sorry to suddenly intrude on you. Let's get along. I'm Elias Jamil. Thank you for saving my husband and my subordinate, Ilialia Jamil. Nice to meet you. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am Ryalma Bayashi. You have gone on a long journey. Please make yourselves comfortable. This is but my humble abode, but I will do my best to welcome you. Although the sentences were disconnected, hearing such formal speech, the 4 members of the ducal family, the guards, and the maids were all shocked. But Rainbok quickly replied, "That kind of formality is unnecessary. Talk to us just as you did a while ago. Hospitality is also unnecessary since the one who suddenly came were us. Thank you very much." Saying that is a great help to me. Having said that, Ryalma immediately used earth magic and opened the entrance to his house. At that moment he suddenly remembered. Now slave monster slimes will gather, injury won't cause. So, were you hunting? Yes, just came back, lots of people, so made to hide. Sorry for unnecessarily scaring you, it's okay. I've also informed the guards, so it's okay now. Thank you very much. Then, giving his thanks, Ryalma gave the order to return through his mind. Immediately innumerable slimes came from the surrounding thickets and gathered. The number was greater than 1,000. As expected, I don't think they expected these many. Although these slimes weren't enemies, the maids' and guards' faces still stiffened. In contrast to that, the 4 people of the ducal family looked at the gathering slimes, deeply interested. Who? I heard you tamed a lot of slimes, but I didn't think it was to this extent. Even though they're slimes, it's amazing you're able to control this much. This number, making just one listen should have been difficult, but what an amazing number. Haven't they increased a bit? After everyone went back home, they split. Will they fit in the room? After, it will be all right. It will be all right. What do you mean? As Reinhardt asked that, Ryalma ordered his slimes and made the slimes fuse right in front of their eyes. As he did that, aside from Ilialia, the 3 people opened their eyes wide and shrieked. Big slime. It couldn't possibly. No, this is definitely you. You were able to tame a big slime. Is it weird? Big slime, you see, it's a magical beast that no one has ever been able to tame, you know. The slave monster contract that slave magic users use to tame high-level variation races on and above the level of the big slime doesn't work. Although there were people that attempted to, not even one has succeeded. Slave contract, meaningless, obviously. What do you mean? Big slimes and up is the gathering of many slimes. The slave monster contract's condition can't be fulfilled. Slave monster contract can only be used on one monster at a time, many at the same time. Impossible. When making the contract, accurately catching one inside a 100 is impossible, because you can't see more than one, so slave monster contract has no effect. I made a contract with many slimes after gathering was able to tame. Volume 1 Chapter 5, The Man Picked Up by the Gods. Volume 1 Chapter 5 Side Ryalma. After answering their questions, the eyes of the 4 people in front of me have become frightening. I wonder if I did something bad. Wonderful, huh? Something wrong. What does she mean by wonderful? Ryalma, that's amazing. You've just uncovered one of slave magic's greatest mystery. What's wrong with these people? Their stare contains too much power, and they're too overbearing, scary. Madam Rainbow-sama, please calm down. You are scaring Ryalma-sama. Ah, I must have scared you. I'm sorry, my bad. I just got a bit too excited. It's all right. Let me explain the reason why these two are like this. The reason you gave about why a big slime can't be tamed is a mystery that many slave magic users have been trying to figure out for a long time. While it's true that a big slime isn't very strong, it's, however, difficult to fight. So there were many people who tried to tame it in order to use it to detain people. Even until now, there are those who try. But there hasn't been a single case where a big slime was successfully tamed. The foundation of slave magic, the slave monster contract, having no effect, was viewed as a problem by all the slave magic users who failed. And because of the high pride of the slave magic users, the reason behind the contract's impotence was researched for a long time. However, without being able to bring any results, the scale of the research has been largely shrunk. Until this very day, there haven't been any results. But that reason that no one else could figure out in this world was pinned down alone by one person, you. Yua. Somehow this turned into something really amazing. Tilda, what a weak reaction. If I say this, I wonder if you'll understand. The research, the reason why big slimes can't be tamed, started around the time slave magic users began propagating, which was around 300 years ago. There hasn't been much results so regarding this case. The research institution has been, to put it nicely, leisurely. And this research that began 300 years ago without being uncovered by anyone was uncovered by you. Do you think I can possibly stay calm? What should I do? What should we do? Register. You should register it at the Tamer Guild and publicize it. So it was something like that. But seeing these people's reactions, if I publicize it'll be an uproar, seems troublesome. Oh, but I wonder if this is a good opportunity to leave the forest. The city, huh? When those words unintentionally left his mouth, the four people and the servants waiting behind them all reacted. I'm sorry, you didn't like towns, right? I won't force you to register and publish it, but this really is a big discovery. I hope you understand that. Understood. We've been talking while standing. Please enter inside. Now that you mention it, please excuse us for intruding. Since there are also things like beasts outside, it's dangerous to talk while standing out for too long. While I invited everyone to go in order to keep watch and look after the horses, most of the guards seem to have stayed outside. The ones that went inside were the 4 members of the household of Jamil, the ones that came before, Jill-san, Zeph-san, Camel-san, Huzu-san, and the old butler along with the 2 maids. In order not to be impolite to the members of the household of Jamil, I brought out some black tea. The truth is this black tea belonged to one of the bandits that attacked before. There were several of the same thing, so it's probably stolen goods. I found this by coincidence when I looked for a spear for Huzu-san. Since I don't need money, and putting my hands on the belongings of the person I killed is kind of dicey, I guess I'd have just left it alone. And then I would eventually end up forgetting about it. So it's good that I was able to quickly find out that there was tea. First of all, some quality tea leaves. It doesn't seem like there's any problem with its expiry date, so it should be fine. Then the only problem left are the cups. I don't have cups for 11 people, so I'll quickly make them with earth magic and then make the tea. The day before yesterday I found a beehive and found some honey. I also happened to find some stuff similar to lemon and ginger. Using those I made some sports club lemon-style syrup and brought it back with me. There's nothing else to substitute for sugar except for this. I wonder if it'll be okay. Sorry for making you wait. This is black tea. Ara, thank you very much. What a nice fragrance. Thank you, I'll help myself. Fumu, I see you've used some good leaves. The bandits that came to attack had a lot of things with them. I see. It's delicious. Indeed, the scent of the tea leaves are coming out quite well. If I may know, where did Masama learn how to make tea? My previous life is not something I can actually say. Grandma liked tea very much. Reason, grandparents equals all purpose. The three gods thought up a really good excuse. If I made a lie by myself, I wonder if it would have been found out immediately. In my previous life, I was often told that I was stupidly honest, although I don't think so. I don't know why, but if it's just saying something that was decided ahead of time, then even if it's a lie, I could say it smoothly. Moreover, according to the letter of the gods, the grandparents' souls were called and have already given their permission. I'm really indebted to them. If you would like some, please have some honey as well. Thank you, I'll help myself then. I'll have some too. Honey is quite luxurious and are hard for me to come by after all. Wait, Huzu-san. The day before yesterday I only took from the beehive, so Camel-san as well, please have some. Really? Then just a little. You're not different from me either. At that, Elialia was it. When the young lady drank tea, she noticed something. Ara, this honey, it's not just honey, right? Did you put something in? Were Jija ginger and Ramon lemon-like bad? The butler immediately went to check. Am I in danger? The juice of Ramon seems to be mixed. It's refreshing and gives a delicious taste. However, it doesn't seem to be only that. Hugh, they didn't think it was poison. I should answer honestly here. Besides, it's not like I actually put poison. I added the root of Jija ginger. So this flavor was Jija. I thought it was only a salty medicinal plant, but to think it could actually make such a taste. Jija can be used in cooking meat, fish. It can deal with the stench. What a wonderful thing to learn. The next time I return to the residence, I will try to let the chef know. My thanks, Masama. You're welcome. So Ryoma-san is not only an expert at slime research but also at cooking. It's because I've been making it for a long time. In line with that, when I have interest, I end up focusing and researching. Right now I'm studying slimes a lot. By the time I noticed it, slimes were already numbered over 1,000. Ara, what an interesting person. If it's fine with Ryoma-san, won't you lend me your strength? This Ajao-sama. What is she saying all of a sudden? What do you mean? Actually, just a few days ago I received permission from my elders to perform the slave monster contract. So I'm going to tame a slime from this forest. As such, I want to borrow the power of the slime expert Ryoma-san. Unnecessary, you know. To need help to tame a slime, no, while it may embarrassing. What slime is good or what is bad, I am unable to decide. There's no good or bad slime though. No difference with normal slimes if you must choose. Choose what evolution you want, should choose appropriate slime. If you want power, should choose different magical beast. Not interested in raising for a long time, then there's no need. To take the time to choose, even then are you still going to choose the slime? Yes, since it's my first slave monster, I'll treasure it forever. Yuwa, I'm being attacked by a pure smile. Well, it looks like she's going to treasure it, so why don't I help her a bit? Amen. Why did I think this kid will treasure it? Even though I've never understood something like that, am I being tricked? Seduction. A mentally over 40 years old uncle like me is being by this kid. I should stop thinking about this. Is it no good? It's the request of a young woman of a household of Jamel. Refusing would be unsavory, right? Since I'd be uneasy if it were only lip service, then, at the very least I should say it in a smooth way. If you're okay with me, please let me help you. Right now only 3 types can be chosen. Why are the other types no good? 1. Evolution conditions are unsettled. 1 doesn't have feeds. The other one requires a method that's difficult for a woman, although ability-wise it is most recommended. That slime's evolution conditions. I wonder what kind of selection method it is. Mother, I am talking right now. It's preparation for my first contract, so please don't disturb me. Oh, come on, isn't it fine? Slime conditions are something I haven't heard about. Sorry, Mother is a first-class slave magic user, but when the conversation turns to magical beasts, she becomes indiscriminate. It's okay, the conditions for slime evolution is its meal. Depending on eating habits, the slime will evolve differently. If sticky slime, then green caterpillar, poison slime, poisonous plants. Slimes have preferences. That is the evolutionary path the slime is heading towards, if made to eat. Something against preference evolution will be slow. Difference in ability will also come. I understand, so that is the slime's evolutionary condition. If there is nutrition, evolution is easy. Give it meal and the evolution will be fast. The selections are poisonous plants, green caterpillar, washed bones of beasts, respectively, poison slime, sticky slime, and acid slime. The three variants Ryalmasan was recommending were which variations? Cleaner slime, scavenger slime, and heal slime. I've never heard of those variations. Does Mother know? Well, aside from the heel slimes, I haven't heard of those at all. Rainbok Sama, me too. Reinhardt Sama, I'm unaware. What kind of abilities do cleaner slimes and scavenger slimes possess? And what skills? Elias, the reason I am recommending is because those slimes possess the skills cleaning and deodorization, cleaning and deodorization. I've never heard of those skills. Deodorization I can still somewhat understand, but cleaning is. Seeing for yourself is faster. Please wait. I went inside, took a handy cloth and coated it in the rabbit blood I've let, then took a cleaner slime with me back. Thank you for waiting. This is a cleaner slime. Please look over here. A blood-stained cloth. What are you going to do with that? This, I gave an order to the nearby slime with my mind. The slime took the cloth I was holding, took it inside its body and spun it around its nucleus. No matter how many times I see it, it's exactly like a washing machine. And then after 10 seconds the slime threw up the cloth, and then with its body stretched like tentacles took the cloth and passed it to me. I spread the cloth wide and showed it to them. When the 4 members of the household of Jamal saw that, they gave off a reaction as if they saw something strange. The maids and the butler's eyes, however, were sparkling. The blood disappeared, and the color has also somewhat changed. Did it dissolve? Seems like it was sucked by the slime. Is this all? Madam, it's not just that. Irony. At the wife of the Duke's words, the maid interjected. From the looks of things, she seems to have the know what Irony is thinking. Ryalmasama, does that slime eat dirt? That's exactly it. What do you mean? From that cloth's raw material, I can see that it was not only blood but also a combination of many things that stained it. The current color the cloth is its original color. Talking about dirt, if one leaves it alone it will become difficult to remove. And the previous situation was a case where it was left alone. If one were to hand wash it, no matter how many hours you take, it won't return to its original color, just like what happened now, because the dirt will already be stuck. In other words, the cleaning skill, so to speak, is able to remove the irremovable dirt. Right. That's also true, but more specifically, it is a skill that removes only the dirt. I made the slime put my hand inside it. WH. This is nothing. A normal slime will try to digest everything it takes into its body, which is why everyone freaked out, because they thought my hand would dissolve. Everyone's face stiffened. However, my hand didn't dissolve, and after 5 seconds I separated from the slime. Is there nothing wrong? Nothing, but the dirt was dissolved. It's a slime that won't eat humans and even the meat of monsters naturally, unless you tell them to. There was such a slime. That was bad for the heart. Please don't scare us. Am I in trouble? My sincerest apologies. It's a normal thing to me, and I really didn't want to touch it. This cloth. True, it's definitely hard to say it's a clean cloth. It used to be a goblin's loin cloth. As I said that, the guards' faces immediately became ugly and the maid's interest became stronger. It seems in this world, the hardest thing to clean in the whole world is a goblin's laundry, is a popular saying. If this slime is around, then it can clean no matter what the condition is. While traveling, you can't wash with water, right? Yes, aside from wiping the body, it isn't possible. Even though this is my first time going on a long trip, just not being able to enter the bath for a day has already made me feel unpleasant. If you were to have this slime, Then the problem can be solved. At those words, the Ajao-sama looked at my face with amazing vigor. Scary, her eyes. And some other things too. The madam along with two maids also seems to be staring. Clothes and body, dirt and stench, everything can be eaten, so that slime, I want a cleaner slime. This is bad. Why did I just throw her a sales pitch like a bad guy? Moreover, the hardest person to talk to. At the very least, I should have pushed the scavenger slime. The selection method for this is kind of. No way. After being shown such an amazing slime, that's just too cruel. Ryoma-sama, as a maid of a family that has been serving the household of Jamal for generations, have also studied the basics of slave magic. If you may find it in your heart, please instruct me as well to the selection method of the cleaner slime. I also want to know Tilda. Elias, as they said this, they made a face that said they absolutely want to know. Ryoma-kun, it's better if you talk honestly so as not to provoke this female battalion. It's hard to say to women. Women can't be taught. That's discrimination, you know. I am sad. Elias Aju-sama and the others wants to know, so isn't it fine? Somehow, in order to mediate the situation, Camel-san suggested something irresponsible. Taking that opportunity, I stealthily took Camel-san, Jill-san, Zeph-san, and Huzu-san to a corner of the room and tried talking to them about the details of the selection method. It's not that I don't understand why you don't want to say it, to think it was that kind of method. It's definitely quite hard for a guy to say to a woman. I think it'd also be hard for another girl to say this kind of stuff. Well, just let nature take its course. The one who nonchalantly asserted that was Huzu-san, as he said that he turned around. Milde, madam, I know the method, incidentally Aroni as well, declared Huzu-san to the female battalion. What is he saying? That guy, can he say it properly? Is that true? Yes, m'lady, the method is to wash your body. And then lure the slime by feeding it with the sweat of your body and the dirty water you used, he said. That guy said it super straight. He's going to get endlessly beat up by that female battalion after that. When the female battalion calmed down, Huzu-san talked to Reinhardt about the details of the conclusion they arrived to. If you prepare and set up using just normal water and the water used to wash the body, a normal slime will come. But for some reason, slimes that can become cleaner slimes gather around sweat and dirty water. In order to safely become a cleaner slime, the slime will need to change its life of eating normal food to, without holding back, eat nothing but sweat, dirt, and water. To think that there were slimes that had such dispositions. Sorry, Ryoma-san isn't a fault, you know. For women to catch cleaner slimes is difficult, I think, Ryoma-san. Thank you for listening to the story on KevinAudio.com. I won't give up. Cleaner slime is fine. Well then, we should ask some guards too. That's no good. Even if it's just following another's example, I will become a slave magic user from now on. I mustn't rely on other people, for everything to be done by one person isn't necessarily a good thing, you know. Even so, I want to take my first step by myself. The one who will decide is Ajao-sama. I will do it. May I have some water? At those words, everyone around us shed a tear. The Ajao-sama put up with her face being completely red. Even though it's fine, even if she doesn't work that hard, or rather, what's up with this atmosphere? It's as if she just made some amazing decision. The thing one has to do, it's that, right? In any case, I'd feel guilty if I just brought out some water. Might as well try recommending the bath. Although I normally use the cleaner slime, as a former Japanese, there are times I want to submerge myself, so I made a bathtub. I didn't think it would end up being used for something like this, though. I have bathtub, please use. You have a bathtub. Thank you very much. Using water magic, I filled the bathtub with water, and with fire magic, I heated it up. After the temperature was at a good level, I informed the Ajao-sama that the bath was ready. The Ajao-sama gleefully went to the bath, while the two maids went to act as lookouts and attendants for the bath. I went and met up with the others. Ouch, those painful stares. You reap what you sow, as one would expect. There's no such thing certainly that was lacking delicacy. Even I, who was often called to be lacking delicacy in previous life, wasn't that bad, shouldn't be anyway. Ah, Ryamakun, welcome back. Madam, what should I? It's fine since the person herself has decided. And besides, it's not like you said a lie, right? Of course, then it's fine. And besides, I'm happy to see that child show such an earnest attitude as a slave magic user. If she just wanted to get a cleaner slime, then it would have been enough for Ryamakun to cancel a contract and give her one. What did she just say? What did you? I said it would have been fine if she just received one from Ryamakun. Did you perhaps not think of that? Ha 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 ha. Why wasn't I able to think of something so obvious? Seriously. Don't mind, I thought it was adolescence. It was quite interesting, but I was really happy at my daughter's resolve. Is that so? Somehow I'm tried. After the Ajao-sama got out of the bath, I drew the water. With me leading, we got to a place that had relatively many slimes appearing. By some really good luck, a slime that chose the bath water immediately came out. We caught that one and went back home. And then in front of her parents' eyes, she enacted her first contract. Since it was already late, they ended up staying at my house. I prepared the supper with the maids. During that, the guards shifted with a person from the household of Jamal, and everyone was able to enter the bath. We grilled the meat the slimes were able to gather while the Ajao-sama was fighting to catch her slime. Along with the Jija ginger, I scraped off. After that, the household of Jamal was in a great mood and asked for seconds many times. The other people also generally enjoyed it. However, as a former Japanese, it was kind of strange for me. Although I've gotten used to it, whether it's salt or the rock salts from a cliff, you can't have much of either. Moreover, minerals end up being mixed with it, so unless you use alchemy and split and purify it, it'll be bad for the body. If I didn't have alchemy, I probably wouldn't have been able to seclude myself in the forest for 3 years. In the meantime, I have enough to guarantee my daily life, but it's not enough that I'm satisfied. After supper, we drank tea while talking. Then all of a sudden the Duke's wife said this. Ryamakun, have you decided what you will do from now on? Honestly, I'm at a loss. Should I migrate somewhere? For starters, I've already finished the first stage of my research. And then, seeing my rooms filled up with my slave monsters makes my head wince. I'm also unsatisfied with the food here and have started to crave for some more seasonings. I guess should probably start going around the world now, but what should I say? Hey, you know this kid that has been isolated in the forest for a long time and doesn't trust other people? Well, he just decided that he wants to go out and see the world. That just seems too unnatural. Oh, I know. Let's go with the all-purpose excuse and use my grandparents. I was told by my grandparents to live in town and be happy, but I lived here instead. Right now I have no complaint with my life, but I've started to think lately that my grandparents probably don't want me to live my life like this. Ryamakun, the atmosphere of the room became serious. Rainbok closed his eyes and he looked like he was mulling over something. After a while he said this. Then in that case, how about going outside the forest with us? What did this person say? Today should be our first meeting, right? Even if we're like this, we're still a duke's household. To provide for one person's necessities is a simple matter to us. And also, I think leaving an excellent slave magic user secluded deep in the forest is a waste. Although you hate the towns, won't you try going out of the forest? Who would have thought that he would actually invite me? The people around me also doesn't seem to have any complaints, giving off a look that says, go ahead. Everyone being such a good person is making my heart ache, even though I only told a lie. Tomorrow, we are going to the town, Gimuru, and then go back home. Since you could also come back here, won't you come with us on this trip? Trip? I am a person ignorant of society. Although I've received the basic knowledge from the gods, I've never actually seen it with my own eyes. I also have communication disorder. And this people seem like good guys, it should be safe than going by myself, right? If I don't go now, I'll probably just drag it out and continue to be secluded for a few more months so. Right, I think I'll end up causing you trouble, but may I come travel together with you guys? I see, so you're coming. I myself have begun thinking of going out of the forest so. I see, I see. Then you should prepare for the trip. We'll extend our tomorrow till afternoon tomorrow. Sorry for being in a hurry, but try to be ready until that time. Even until morning is fine. I never had much things from the start. If I use my item box, I can take everything with me. Aura, you can use item box at that age. That's amazing. I remembered Grandma telling me that it's convenient. I heard there were a lot of people that can use it. No, even if it's a low-level magic, it's a high-level attribute, you know. While it's true that the number of people that can use item box is high, but a person your age using it is plenty amazing. Really. They left out that kind of sensitive information. Or perhaps the information didn't take into consideration the age. If I keep doing careless things, it will end up being bad. My luck might actually be good. To have someone supplement my common sense is really fortunate. Ryao-sama also seems to have talent for skills other than magic. I'll be looking forward to your future, true. Even things aside from slave magic, if you want to study, just say it, okay? I'll teach you. I look forward to studying with Ryoma-san. Thank you very much. I gave my thanks and then begun tidying up. Since the Ajao-sama, the maids, and the others were going to help me, I decided to go ahead and tidy up the most annoying room. Yuwa, what is this room? There are so many weapons and armor. Are those pelts deep inside? Storage room. Weapon and armor of bandits. Pelt of animals, nails, fangs, various things. Town money needed. If I search, there should be some money here. As for the pelts, they'll be useful during the cold. As for what I can sell, I don't know, so please teach me. The pelts are basically the easiest to sell, and the price will change depending on the material. The price is standard and will be decided by the variation of the monster, the size of the hide, and the quality. For example, the black bear pelt Huzu used before to change his futon. If its quality was good, then one sheet of it will go for around one small gold coin, because that's a high-class pelt, you see. Even if its quality was bad, if sold, will allow commoners to live comfortably for 1 to 2 months. Do you understand how money works? There are copper coins, silver coins, gold coins, and white gold coins. Respectively, they each have their big, medium, and small versions amounting to a total of 12 coins. The value of one copper coin is 1 piece for 1 suit. 10 pieces of those makes up a medium copper coin for 10 suits, and a big copper coin makes up 10 of those pieces for 100 coins. Generally, normal people use around 80 to 100 suits in a day. Silver coins are a bit different. 5 big copper coins make a small silver coin for 500 suits, and 2 small silver coins make up a medium silver coin for 1,000 suits. And then after that, until the big gold coin, is 5 pieces, 2 pieces, 5 pieces, and 2 pieces, and so on. Silver coins are generally used by commoners who have savings and merchants that have a small shop. For gold coins, it's generally the people with big shops and nobles. And as for white gold coins, they're using by exceptional nobles and exchanges between country-related matters. Like this, the value becomes easy to use knowing the different social rankings. Commoners generally don't have any gold coins, and even if they do, it's hard for them to use it. Black bear pelt is unexpectedly expensive. I wonder how many sheets I have. In other words, if the black bear pelt I had totaled to 8 sheets and their quality was bad, I could sell one for 1 big silver coin for 5,000 suits and 8 of them for 40,000 suits, and would be 4 small gold coins, right? As I said that, Camel and the others looked at me speechless. Did I do something? Or did I make a mistake? Are they amazed over calculations this simple? Did I make a mistake? A commoner would spend around 100 suits a day, so 30 days for a month would make that 3,000 suits, in 2 months, 6,000 suits. Even if it's cheap, if it's around that, then since one big silver coin is 5,000 suits, then 8 pieces would go for 40,000 suits. It matches, right? Why, yeah. It matches with the daily expenditures of a commoner of 100 suits a day for 30 days in a month. Wow, wait just a moment. You just calculated right now, right? Ah. Sorry, I don't know anymore. Are you an idiot? Is it bad to be stupid? This asshole. Even if my head is bad, I can at least write a letter. Bouchin little boy to be able to calculate at that age, and even mentally I have underestimated you, eh? That's what you're concerned about. Ryle McCunn to be able to calculate at that age is amazing, you know. If you can calculate at that age, then you can become a merchant. The calculation you did a while ago also seemed to be correct. If you are able to calculate mentally that fast, then if you do jobs like being a merchant or working at the government, your ability will be essential. Only learned from my grandma. Is it amazing? A kid the age of Bouchin that can mentally compute, rarely seen. Even amongst adults there are many that can't. The Hughes who here can't, and I also can't match Ryalma's speed. And so they were surprised. And also, you did pretty well to acquire so many black bear pelts all by yourself. It's quite dangerous, you know. It's more or less at the top of this forest's food chain, trap and poison arrow. If I don't get close, it's safe. If you can do that much, then as a hunter you're first class like this. While hearing the market price of the pelts, the weapons and other things, I activated the item box, and from the black hole that came out I kept tossing into it. While some of the weapons and armor couldn't be sold, the pelts unexpectedly had high value. Also unexpectedly, it seems that there was quite a bit of money hidden inside the belongings of the bandits. I found a sack containing roughly 40 pieces of medium silver coins and was shocked. The people around me that have also been examining the bandits' belongings were shocked. They asked me why I didn't check the belongings, but it's because I never really needed money, and food that had gone bad were mixed in there. And after having the slimes clean it, without checking I threw it into the storage room. After I honestly answered, they were astounded. Not checking the belongings of the bandit after bringing them down was like working for free, or so they said. From the looks of things, aside from bandits on the wanted list, even if you subjugate the bandits you won't get much compensation. The gains don't match with the risk that comes with killing bandits. Incidentally, a lot of bandits won't get one compensation, but all of their belonging will at least belong to the one that subjugated them. Otherwise, no one will want to subjugate the bandits like this. We finished with the preparations in the storage room, and then I went by myself to the kitchen, the medicine room, and took the things I need into my item box. Or rather, it's mostly food and medicine ingredients. After that, it's mostly the things I got from the gods after coming to this world. After this, right, I should take the slimes, huh? I can't just leave them alone, as I thought that I went to talk to Rainbok. Rainbok-sama, what's the matter, Ryle McCunn? Can I bring my slimes with me on the trip? Altogether there are 17 slimes. Yes, there's no problem. For a slave magic user to bring his own slave monster, there's no problem with that at all. Besides, the carriage has some allowance, so we can take some space. I see, that's good. Thank you very much. As I said that, a smile met me and said it's fine. Really, they're such good people. If think of a similar situation in Japan, if someone who was hitchhiking suddenly told you that they're bringing with them 17 pets, at the very least I definitely wouldn't let them ride. 1 or 2 maybe, but 17 is just too much. In the first place, I don't have a license. My gratitude to the Duke's family just keeps on going. Oh yeah, speaking of gratitude, there's still the matter with the gods. Since I'm going to be out for a while, I might as well pay them a visit. As I thought that, I went to the deepest part of the house, a room I made for the purpose of ascetic practices. Over there is only a room as wide as a square, but from the entrance, you can see that the front wall is being constricted. Over there lay the statue of the three gods who sent me to this world, that I made using earth magic. Since the religion of this world doesn't seem to prohibit idolatry, creating a god statue by yourself isn't a sin. There are also seems to be devout believers that pray at the statue of the church, and at a small statue they bought from the church like role models and little by little sculpt every day. There also seems to be an area in the region that recommends that. Knowing that, while practicing earth magic, I made a statue of the gods as a sign of gratitude, and I put it in my training area. It feels like the home shrine of the dojo in my past life. I would train in front of the gods and pray to them. Though I say I prayed, I was really just talking to them normally, since I met them once already. Today, I also thought of going to talk to them normally, but in the case someone were to come, it might be bad, so I blocked the entrance with earth magic. If a deeply religious person were to see me casually talking to the gods, they probably wouldn't forgive me. If not, then they might think I'm a dangerous kid that talks to stone statues. I sat cross-legged in front of the stone statue. After meditating for a while, I opened my eyes and I spoke. Today also seems to have ended peacefully, but since you're God, I'm sure you know, I'm going away for a while with the people who visited today. It seems we are going to the town of Gimyuru. It's the long-awaited first journey since I've gone to this world. Like this, I'll finally be able to keep the promise of going to the church that I made. Only, I don't know when I'll be able to come back, so I'm taking everything with me. In the case that I can't come back, I'll make a new statue at a different place. Well then, I'll see you guys later. As I finished saying that, I stood up, opened the entrance and left the training place. After that, I gave an order to the cleaner and scavenger slimes, and made them clean the storage room and the empty rooms. After that, since I was asked by the butler if the guards could have a place to rest, I lent them a comfortable empty room. As expected, since it had a proper wall and was like a safe nest, they were grateful and gave me their thanks. After all the preparations were done, I also went to my room and retired for the day. Volume 1, Chapter 6. Volume 1, Chapter 6. The next day, sighed Ryalma, just as scheduled. I left the forest around 2 hours ago with the Duke's family. I heard there was a carriage and was wondering where it was, but as it turns out it was inside the butler's, Sebasu-san, space magic dimension home. Apparently Sebasu-san uses space magic. Moreover, since I can't use dimension home yet, I didn't know, but apparently you can even put a carriage inside. As I was thinking these things, Sebasu-san brought out 4 carriages. What a ridiculous amount of space this magic has. As I was surprised, the Ajao-sama, feeling a sense of success, smiled mischievously. That is only the carriage that we are going to ride on, you know. The ones for our belongings are still different. There's way more inside Sebasu's dimension home, you know. There's still more. While doing a Tsukomi, http://n, Wikipedia, org/wiki/mans a boken Tsukomi, inside his head, his hand was pulled by the madam and made to ride the same carriage as the 4 people of the household of Jamel. The number of people riding the carriage was 6. The Duke's family plus me equals 5 people. The other person riding with us was Sebasu-san. Speaking of which, the slimes were made to ride on the quasi-roof rack attached at the roof of the carriage. From what I've heard, it was originally a place to put food and drinks like wine and snacks. We went through all that trouble to ride at the same carriage, so I figured I might as well try asking Sebasu-san. But other than space magic, it seems Sebasu-san can't use any except for water magic. From what I've heard, though, if one is able to use either attribute up to high-level magic, then even in the country that person can be considered to be a distinguished magician. By some possibility, I thought that he might be able to use high-level space magic. Thinking that, I tried asking him, "Can you use the high-level magic, another world?" When I asked that, Sebasu-san looked at me with an expression of admiration. "It's amazing that you're in the knowledge of such magic. The slave monsters get scared by the people of the village easily. So I asked Grandma if I could substitute conjuration techniques for space magic. But she said for large-scale monsters, it won't work unless I used another world, substituting conjure and recall with space magic. Is that possible, Sebasu?" "Theoretically, yes. Dimension Home is a magic that bends space and creates a safe room where one can rest, so it's possible for magical beasts to survive inside. Another world is the same. However, I have never thought of actually using it to substitute for conjuring and recalling. While it's a method that's impossible for slave magic users that can't use space on and above the middle level, but this method can give a sense of security regarding one's surrounding on the same level as conjuration." That is amazing. The interactions may change depending on the place, but it's a great idea since there are many that look down on slave magic users. If it can reduce that common knowledge even a little, then it's a proposal worthy of being investigated. No one actually thought of this. Oh yeah, now that I think about it, the gods also discussed it together at first, so this is probably something no one has ever thought of before. Regarding Ryao Masama's question, I am unable to use the magic, another world. Personally though, it's not a magic I would choose. Another world is space magic's most difficult magic. It is the goal of every space magician because as the highest peak, it will garner one much respect, however. That's all there is to it. What do you mean? Actually, another world is a magic that's very hard to use freely. Before one can use another world, the 3 stages of the process are essential. The first stage involves the creation of a vast space by means of space magic. The size of another world will be dictated by this stage. And that stage is dependent on the volume of magic power that the user has. If the magic power is plenty, it will be wide, if little narrow, right? Precisely. To add to that, the practitioner that attempts the first stage, as a result of using his magic power with the sole intent to bring it out, ends up totally exhausted. In the worst case, that person may even faint and stay asleep for a few days. Moreover, if one fails the first stage, one will have to start all over again from the start, all for nothing, huh? After one succeeds with the first stage, it is time to move to the second stage. The second stage is the creation of a gate to connect the place you are in with the space you created successfully. This will also consume a huge amount of magic power. If one fails, then one will need to start all over again. The stages until the second are all preparations. With the third stage, the gate will open, and it will be possible to use it to freely go in and out. However, opening or closing the gate just once will consume anything from 5,000 to 10,000 magic power. This 10,000 is a quantification of the value of magic power. Generally, in order to become a royal court magician that will serve the royal palace, at the very minimum one needs to have a magic power of 10,000. But even amongst those that possess amazing amounts of magic power, if they use the magic just once, they will lose magic power to the point where they collapse. It's definitely not something that can be abused. To make matters worse, after going through all that pain to prepare so much space, there is still the question of what will you put inside that made you do something that's so inconvenient. What do you mean? If it's wide, then it's possible to put more stuff in, right? Yes, of course. However, if it's just to keep things, such as your usual traveling goods and furniture, then the mid-level dimension home should be enough. If it can't be anything but another world, then it has to be around the size of a royal palace or a fortress. In that case, the question turns to, how are you going to put that thing in there? In the end, it just ends up being a waste of magic without being able to serve any practical purpose. Oh, is that so? That's quite a demerit there. Well, the quality can be taken into account, but for the meantime, the mid-level dimension home should be fine. My slave monster is only a slime too, so, while thinking of those things, Sebasu-san began to follow up. Although using the magic may be difficult, there are times when it can be used. The likes of the dragon and other large-scale beasts have variations of whose sizes reach around those of the size of castles. If you are able to tame those kind of monsters, then it may be a valid suggestion to use that magic as a waiting room. I see. Thank you very much. Please don't mind. If it's something like this, please ask me whenever you like at that, Elias inquired Ryoma. Now that you mention it, what magic attributes can Ryoma-kun use? I've heard of earth and space magic, but it looks like you heated the bath with magic, so you can also use fire and water, right? Grandma said. That it's all attribute, huh? That's pretty rare. Is there some specific attribute you're leaning towards too? Mainly earth and space. Others include stuff like fire and water, mainly centered around things I use in day-to-day life. Kind of all around, fumu. To add to that, you also use slave magic and barrier magic, right? People who have all attributes have a tendency to become jacks of all trade and masters of none, so be careful, okay? I understand. Come to think of it, the god said the same thing in the letter, that warning. Did I say something strange? Ryoma-kun, just now you smiled a little bit, you know. It showed on my face. In the past, Grandma said the same thing, since I also tried my hand at alchemy and healing magic. I see. I thought I said something strange. But still, alchemy, huh? You seem to have an interest for strange things, commented Rainbow-sama. Which reminds me, there doesn't seem to be much information regarding alchemy. I should try asking her about that. Is it rare? You won't find many alchemists nowadays. In the past, there were many who tried to swindle others by saying they could create things like gold. But because of those kinds of people, the numbers of alchemists were largely reduced. Though they say that some 100 years ago there was a man who was called the Alchemy King and made a large amount of profit. After that, however, like poof, with no inventions or discoveries, it just disappeared. At Rainbow-sama's response, Sebasu-san continued. One theory says that what the Alchemy King created was the model of alchemy. After that, there were people that tried to follow in the footsteps of the Alchemy King seeking profit, and what came out of that is the alchemy that has been passed down today. It appears, however, that those techniques were inferior to the Alchemy King's. Today, it has fallen to simply being used as an excuse for fraud. With no one left to study alchemy right now, it's no different from a candle before the winds. Alchemists have a secretive and ominous image. Other magic guilds also have some parts they are secretive about, but the alchemists are too secretive or so, Elias-san warned. Doesn't seem like it has a good image, huh? Well, it seems like the story is quite similar to the alchemists that used to live back in Earth. Would it be better if I don't say I study alchemy? That's right, it would be better that way, confirmed Rainbow-sama. Understood. As I replied, the Ajao-sama came over to ask me something. Ryoma-san, what do alchemists actually do? What should I say? I don't know any other alchemists, so I don't know, but what I've been able to do so far is to refine rock salt. At that, Rainbow-sama curiously asked, rock salt? That rock salt which can be collected nearby but contains poison and can't be eaten and as such has no value. Is there something you can do with that? That rock salt, inside the earth, is mixed with a lot of minerals that ends up becoming poison to a human's body, but if one were to remove those minerals, the salt can be eaten. What I did was separating the minerals from the rock salt and removing the poison. Like this, it can be made consumable. Rainbow-sama was astounded. You can do something like that? I can. The food we had back in my house, the salt I used there, all came from the cliff where rock salt can be collected from. Amazing. If that's possible, then if one were to sell it as goods, Ah, no, no good. The fact that the nearby rock salt can't be eaten is something that has been well known for some years now. Even if one sells it, no one will buy. Is that so? Yeah, in the past, there were some adventurers that went deep into the forest and found that cliff of rock salt. Without reporting it to anyone, gathered it, lied about where it came from, and sold it in large scales. Hunting and collecting is freely allowed except for some selected areas. However, there are some greedy nobles who would keep it all for themselves if it is known that there is a source of rock salt in their region. They didn't want that, so they kept quiet and tried to make a profit out of it and lied about where it came from. From the rock salts that were sold, a lot of people became sick, and in the end the adventurers were caught and executed. I guess even in this world there's labeling fraud. From that cliff, it's not possible to take rock salts more than a meager amount. Can't respond to high demand. If distributed to the market, would probably lose out in competition. Against salt that can be taken safely in vast amounts. If it's just for the household of Jamil and the nearby village, then I think it could hold. I see, that's unfortunate. While we talked, the carriage stopped from time to rest and continued onwards. And when dusk came, a voice came from the coachman. We can now see the town of Carabin. We will be arriving in a short while. Looks like we've arrived at the first stopover. I thought I would surely have to sleep outside tonight, but... Wait a moment. I don't have any identification. Is there something the matter? Inquired the butler quickly. Identification I don't have. Is that okay? Calm down. It's gotten better already since 2 weeks ago, and yet, just being a little unsettled, I'm back to this broken speech. Please rest assured, a person without identification will be given a temporary IDO. Well, that's a relief. I still want to do something about it soon. This. As I was thinking that, I let out a sigh, making the madam worry for me. Are you all right? There's no need for worry, you know, because we'll protect you no matter what comes. The town isn't a scary place. Ah, she seems to have misunderstood. I should make it clear. Right now is different, not about the town. Really, then what's the matter? The truth is language. Weird, right? The way I talk now? Well, certainly. I haven't talked to anyone in 3 years. 2 weeks ago when Reinhardtsan came, I was surprised when the words wouldn't come out properly. 2 weeks since then, having talked with the slime a bit, it came back a little, but still. No good. It's weird, so I need to. What, madam, why am I being hugged? It's all right, Ryo Makun will fix it slowly. Sniff, you're not alone anymore crying. Wait, it's not just the madam, but even the Ajao Samas and the guy's eyes seem to be watered. Why, I see. Though this is a fact, when looked at from the perspective of an onlooker, I must look like a really lonely person. Not having been able to talk with a person face to face for 3 years, I lost my ability to talk, and even doing something like talking with slimes to practice talking. I'm really okay. Because the one who decided to live in the forest was myself. After that, for a while, I kept telling them that I was all right and was just feeling a little down, to no effect. Until we reached the gate, I was being hugged by the madam. After that, Sabasu-san and Reinhardt-san went outside and talked with the gatekeeper for a bit. It seems they were talking about my temporary identification. I was brought to the station along with the madam. Although actually the only one who was called was me, but the madam said she was worried and was quite pushy. The guide and the person in front of me are also shaking palely. I'm sorry, people I don't know, for getting you mixed up with this. Th then. PP please TT touch TH this cry crystal. This person is stuttering too much. Although I also talk strangely when it comes to people, but yes, I obediently touched the crystal. As I did that, a blue light illuminated. The face of the people in front of me was stricken shocked, and they kept looking back and forth between me and the crystal. Why, you, come with me inside for a little. Did something happen? From what I know, a blue light should mean innocence. Sabasu-san and the madam that was with me interrupted. Is there something amiss? Inquired the butler as the madam followed up. The light was blue, right? There shouldn't be any problem, but CC certainly the light was blue. However, rewards and punishments. The reward money fo for the recorded subjugation of a bandit. WW want to confirm and must give the reward. Hearing that, the madam calmed down and Sebasu-san understood. However, the confirmation and the reward money needs to be done before the two's eyes. Then, I need to know. Boy, at that age you have felled a bandit, yes. Yes, according to the information projected by the crystal you have subjugated the red spear, Melzen. Is this true? Nope, I don't know. Who is that guy? Who is that? I don't know such a person. It's a man that wields a completely red spear and armor, can you remember? Hearing that, certainly there was a guy like that. If I remember correctly, his spear was pretty good, so I put it in my item box immediately. Yes, I have the spear in my item box. Can that serve as proof? If you have, then please show me, having been told that I took the spear from my item box and passed it to the guy in front of me. The man examined the spear and wielded it. The instant I felt magic power flow into the spearhead began to burst into flames. What the heck? That spear had that kind of ability. Can I do that too? Right, I'll have to try that out next time. It's indisputable. This is definitely the red spear, which is a magic weapon that can produce flames. It's the spear of the red spear, Melzen. I'll prepare the reward now. The man gave an order to the knights that brought us here, and the knights hurriedly galloped. Having sent them, the man spoke to me. However, you did pretty well to actually subjugate Melzen. That man has managed to flee from knights and adventurers time and time again. If you didn't confront him directly, do you mind telling me how you managed to subdue him? Even if you tell me that I didn't do anything amazing, was attacked by bandits after they were defeated before they died, said they were betrayed by their comrades, so I looked around and saw them merrymaking by the cave. So you attacked them there? No. I am a slave magic user. I sent a poison slime to go inside a wine barrel. All right, I think I understand. I give you my thanks. Around that time, the soldiers arrived, bringing with them the reward money. I received the temporary id and the reward money and put it in my item box, and then we left the station. It seems the guards of the household of Jamil were ordered to go ahead to the lodging, and wasn't there when we got outside. From here on we have to go by foot until our lodging. It seems it's to show the Ajao-sama around the town. Incidentally, the reward for Merzan and his group was 700 small gold coins. 700 coins. I suddenly ended up being rich. What should I do? Because of how I lived the past 3 years, I have no idea how to use this money. Well, for the meantime, I should give my thanks to the people that took me with them. Everyone, thank you very much. It's fine, Tilda, you don't have to hold back. But still, to think you were actually able to bring down that Melzen. Rather than that, let's hurry and get to town. Hey, Ilialia, calm down. It can't be helped since this is my first time in a big town, really. Yep, I should have also said it yesterday. This is my first time going away from home. And this is Jamil region's biggest commercial town. There are barely any places that have more people than here. I see, while it's true that there are a lot of people, as someone who knows Japan, in my opinion the people are rather few. Compared to the station and the crowded trains, there's just far too few. Speaking of which, this is the first time I've gone to town in this world, but it seems this world's town hasn't really touched me much. The old-fashioned buildings are a bit unusual, but it's not something to make a fuss of. Rather, this Ajao-sama is just too hyped. Now, while it's not to the extent of people going back and forth like water, even then in its own way, the Ajao-sama can be swept away by the crowd. I understand everything about walking around in a town you don't understand, and I know if this keeps on, it'll be dangerous, so I hurriedly went after the Ajao-sama. Ajao-sama, over here, thank you very much. There's a lot of people. It seems like someone just might bump me. It seems something caught this Ajasama's eyes and ended up stopping in this weird place, even in the middle of the road without a hint of concern for others. It's precisely because of that obvious lack of knowledge about the real world that a bunch of annoying people came. From the back, a girl walked in a trajectory that was obviously in line with the intention of bumping against the Ajao-sama. In order not to allow her to get bumped into, I pulled her shoulder. "It's dangerous, Chi." The girl, having failed to bump into the Ajao-sama, glanced at me, who pulled the shoulder of the Ajao-sama and clicked her tongue before leaving. So I guess she really was planning to pickpocket. "Ara, thank you very much. Ara, what is that?" Again. There's another person walking towards here from the direction of the alley before, allowing the Ajao-sama to reach the alley. I caught her and pulled her aside like I was hugging her. "It's dangerous to rush out, Yuwa." Because I pulled the Ajao-sama aside, the man that missed his timing fell out from the alley. "There are people coming out of the alley. Please be careful, thank you very much." After speaking to the Ajao-sama, I spoke to the man. "Are you all right? You're not hurt, are you?" Heck is this bra?" As I spoke to the man, he tried to grab the nape of my neck, but I sprung that hand up with my left hand and grabbed it at the same time. I held the left arm behind his elbow, and in a way that won't be seen by the Ajao-sama, I twisted his arm and his posture broke. The man was shaking as he was about to fall. He stopped talking, and before completely falling, I supported him. As our gazes met once again, I spoke again. "There are no injuries, right?" Of course, sorry kid. Thanks for lending me a hand. Please be careful, seriously. Don't suddenly pick a fight with a kid just because you failed. Although I'm actually an uncle deep inside. Recently, I've started to become confused regarding whether I should consider myself a kid or an uncle. Ryoma-san, let's try going over there. You still want to go? Or rather, how long are the criminals gonna keep on coming? After that, for a while, I had to go through pains protecting the Ajao-sama from hoodlums who attempted to either pickpocket, extort, or kidnap. For some reason, even though the household of Jamal could, at any time, prepare a way to deal with this, it seems they've left it to me. Or rather, this town's public order is too horrible. Volume 1, Chapter 7, The Man Picked Up by the Gods, Volume 1, Chapter 7 TL Note. As per other suggestions, I've changed the names of Leinhardt, Reinhardt, and Leinbach, Reinbach. Volume 1, Chapter 7, Ryoma went with the flow and acted as the Ajao-sama's escort. They kept on like this on their way to the lodging until Sebasu came to call the Ajao-sama. Right now they were in the lobby confirming their reservation. "Oh, are you all right, Ajao-sama?" "Yes, I'm okay. It's just that I've been running all over, so now my feet hurt. Plus, my butt hurts because of the carriage. How about you? Is Ryoma-san okay?" "No problem. There's an effective reduction to the pain experienced by those who possess the pain resistance skill. If it's only pain at the level of a shaking carriage, then nothing would change for Ryoma, who possesses LV8 pain resistance. It's like that at the start, Ajao-sama. Aroni, once you've ridden several times, you'll eventually get used to it. By the way, it would seem Ryoma-sama seems to be fine. Does Ryoma-sama have experience riding carriages?" "This is the first." "Is that so?" "Ryoma-sama seems fine, so I thought Ryoma-sama would certainly have experience riding carriages." "I've never ridden, although I do have experience running side by side. While pulling, actually during Ryoma's time as a student, he would sometimes pull rickshaws and run side by side with a horse as a part of his running routine. He would also take part-time jobs pulling rickshaws." As he reminisced those days, the words came out of his mouth, but Ilialia and Aroni, who didn't know those things, misunderstood and thought Ryoma was abused and used as a substitute for a horse. Because of that, the conversation stopped and the atmosphere somehow became gloomy. Ryoma, however, was unaware that his thoughtless remark was the cause, so he couldn't help but be baffled when Aroni's and Ilialia's expressions suddenly showed grief. Unfortunately, though, the Ryalma, who has been stricken with stranger anxiety for over 40 years, could not possibly have been in possession of the conversation skills to break this deadlock. In the end, they passed the time without talking. The one who broke that deadlock was the guard and the Reinhardt, who came back to talk about the plans for tomorrow. Thanks for your effort for today. Ilialia, we're not sleeping outside today, so go get some good rest. Yes, father. And Ryalma. Unfortunately, we weren't able to get you the same room as us. My apologies. There's a room for the servants of the guests, and so I was hoping you could stay there. It's enough. It's a big room, but the one handling the procedures is Sebasu, so you should be able to get the same room as Zeph and the boys. Even if it's just a little, knowing the people you're with is better, right? Yes, thank you. After giving his thanks, they all went to their respective rooms. Ryalma with Sebasu, who had just finished the procedures, and the Ajao-sama with her two parents. Room of the household of Jamal tilde the four members of the household of Jamal were making themselves comfortable when Reinhardt asked Ilialia a question. Elia, what were you talking with Ryalma about? The atmosphere was a little weird. Hearing those words, Ilialia's body shook, startled. Actually, I touched on Ryalma-san's past a little. Oh, really? Yes. Since my butt was hurting and Ryalma seemed to be fine, so I thought he was used to riding horses, but, apparently today was his first time riding horses. He said he's never ridden horses before, but he has pulled carriages while running lined up with a horse. I get it, but he didn't seem to mind when I saw him. After that, he was also normal. So I think it would be best if Elia also doesn't mind it too much. Having said that, the madam followed up. Relax, just relax. Don't just pull Ryalma all over the place until you reach the lodging, but also try to connect with him with that level of cheerfulness. Why, yes, now that I think about it, I was really too excited. That's right, although just a little bit, it was improper. Sniff. Ho, ho. Being lively is a good thing. Elia is still a kid, so if it's something like that, you can still call it charming. But you can't be careless. That kind of behavior is like asking hoodlums to come attack you, you know. You need to take care of yourself, okay? Yes. Then, after taking a bath, go to sleep since we're leaving tomorrow, and we'll also be camping, okay? I got it. Good night, mother, father, grandfather. As Ilialia said that, she left the room to take a bath. When the three confirmed they were the only ones there, they changed the conversation. So, regarding Ryalma-kun, what do you think? Asked the madam. Although I told Elia not to mind, but the truth is I myself have a lot of things I'm bothered about. Well, he's not a bad kid. I also don't have any objections in regards to that. But exactly what kind of life did he live to turn out that way? Although he said he killed the bandits by sending a poison slime, I don't think it's just that. I think he himself is just as strong. While he was being dragged around by Elia, he nonchalantly protected her, you know, said Rainbach, quite enthusiastically. But the reaction he had when we came to this town was, as expected, really unfavorable. That's right. While I won't ask him to be on Elia's level, but I think it's better for kids to be a little more excited, agreed the madam. Without being surprised at the number of people and the size of the town, he looked as if he was looking at a stone on the side of the road. Rainbach's opinions weren't wrong, but his idea of big varied largely as opposed to Ryalma's. It's true that Ryalma looked at the crowd of people like he was looking at a stone by the road, but that is simply the fault of being someone who lived in Tokyo, Japan, a high-populated area, which allowed him to see countless people every day. Having already seen a higher population than the one is this town, and seeing such crowds on a day-to-day basis, seeing something on this level just isn't worth the merit, so, of course, he wouldn't be surprised. Therefore, he looked on with eyes that looked like he was looking at a piece of stone by the road. But to the three people who did not know that, his eyes just looked dead to them. To see a prospective young person to have those kind of eyes, what a tragedy, muttered Rainbach. Servant room tilde having been brought by Sebasu, they arrived at the room they will be staying in for the day. "Excuse me, sorry for intruding," as they entered while giving their greetings. The ones in there were Jill, Zeph, Camel, and Huzu. "Hey, you've come. You've finally come. It's only one night, but let's get along. The bed at the end over there is empty. Let's get along. Oh yeah, by the way, what do you normally do? For us who live in the town, we eat dinner and then go out to drink, but you live in the forest, right?" "Yeah, basically I research slimes and practice magic. After that, I train my body." "Only that?" "Yes. Isn't it boring, magic and slime research?" "Is fun for research to be fun. Looks like Ryoma has the disposition for a scholar. For me, that's just impossible. By the way, Ryoma-sama, from time to time Ryoma-sama seems to be knowledgeable and use courteous words. Did Ryoma-sama study somewhere?" "I learned them from my grandmother. Studying and etiquette. Otherwise will be problematic. Ryoma-sama's grandmother must have been an amazing person. She's a person who can do anything except for matters related to fighting with weapons." "Ho, then what kind of person was your grandpa?" "The opposite of my grandma, a person who can't do anything except fight with weapons. But he was exceptionally skilled at handling weapons. The weapons he made were first class. I can't win, not in battle or in smithing." You can smith." "Since I helped out. Foundations are okay. But since I didn't learn properly, and I haven't been able to for the past 3 years. Even if I do it now, I can't make anything except for something dull. True, if it's in the forest, you probably won't be able to get either ingredients or tools. Well, you've gone through all that trouble to get out of the forest, so you should buy what you need. But more than that, isn't there something you want to do? You can take a stroll outside until supper, you know." At that, Ryoma said this. "Then in that case, where is the church?" "Church. Unfortunately, the church is closed at this time. Although this town is prosperous, but because of the bad public order, the gates are closed early. In this town there are 2 churches, the Church of Genesis and the Church of the God of Light. Which one do you follow?" "The Church of Genesis." "Then in that case, it's too bad, but you can't enter the church today. If it's the Church of the God of Light, then if you bring out a big donation, then they'll let you in, but..." "Is that so?" "Although the scale of the Church of the God of Light is big, in proportion to that, the inside is just as rotten. There's plenty of degenerate priests there that would do anything depending on your donation. There are people inside that believe in God, but priests and deacons that don't believe make up a big part of the congregation. It's because the ones that the donation income all end up there. Contrary to that, the Church of Genesis has plenty of pious priests. Because there isn't a huge difference in the dogma even if you worship a different God. There's a lot of people who enter the faith based on the personality of the believers or the scale of the church." "I didn't know, thank you very much. Something like this I don't mind. But being asked where you want to immediately want to go to church, you're quite a pious believer, huh?" "Really? For most people, going to the church once a week is good. There are also people who will only go once a month. In this way, I am also a follower of the Church of Genesis, but I don't think I go even once a month. I'm fairly close to being irreligion since I can't go to the church until reach the destination of a trip or a town somewhere." "Ryoma-kun, did you go to the church frequently before you went to the forest?" "Ever since I was born, I haven't even been able to go once. But I pray at the stone statue in my house. And I also made a stone statue inside the house using earth magic and prayed there." "Then, in that case, how about buying some building stones and making a statue? This lodging is also high class, and people who sometimes carve statues every night are also welcomed, so they should have stones for the sake of making those kinds of statues." Being told by Sebasu that, Ryoma bought 3 large bricks of stones. However, the stones Ryoma bought were sold by a high-class lodging, so the stones he got were also high class. 3 pieces went for 1 small gold coin and were quite expensive. After that the stone was whittled off with earth magic, and right after, the exquisiteness of the created image caused Camel to make a fuss, and Sebasu gave me a seal of approval, saying I could make a living from making statues. The reason behind the exquisiteness of the sculpture was because Ryoma had already once met the gods, so the image was built properly. Ryoma also possessed the magic manipulation skill which allowed him to precisely manage his earth magic. And also in his past life, Ryoma made figures both as a hobby and for profits, so he was quite used with modeling things like this. While various things happened, the 3 stone statues were made, and by the time Ryoma prayed it was already time for supper. They finished their meal, and right after they quickly retired to bed to prepare for tomorrow. Volume 1 Chapter 8 The Man Picked Up by the Gods. Volume 1 Chapter 8 The next day Tilda sighed Ryoma. Although in the end, I wasn't able to go to the church in the town of Karabin, since there also seemed to be a church in our destination, Gimuru. I figured it would be fine to go to the church there instead. Besides, I also have that stone statue with me. Like this, we plan to go there on our carriage leisurely, but it's a little cold. It's because of the rain. It's rare to have this kind of downpour at a season like this, though. Guess our luck was bad, Ilialia. Looks like we met with an unexpected downpour. It's been quite some time since I've met with this kind of bad luck. Ever since I came to this world compared to my time on Earth, nothing has caused me to think I have bad luck. Well, since I'm inside the carriage, if it's only on the level of heavy rain, then maybe my luck here is still better. Ah, the Ajao-sama is shaking. If I'm correct, I should have that with me. I brought out 1 coat made out of pelt from my item box. There's fur within the inner part of the coat and a cloth affixed on the outer part. Glancing at it, it may seem like a coat, but the cloth outside has the sticky liquid varnished dry on it. With this treatment, the sticky liquid will repel the water, turning it into something like a raincoat. Once, by chance, I accidentally touched the dried sticky liquid and noticed that it was quite sleek. So I tried it out and it was a great success. Thanks to this, hunting under the rain became quite easy. Ajao-sama, please use this. It may not look good, but it's very warm. Thank you very much, Ryoma-san. I'll borrow it then. It's good that the Ajao-sama took it, but it seems she thought she needs to turn it inside out. Don't turn it inside out. I treated the outside a little bit, so unless you wear it like that, there's no meaning, although there might be not much meaning since we're inside the carriage. Ara, is that how it is? Curious, Sebasu-san touched the coat and asked. Exactly what kind of treatment was applied? This is the first time I've been able to touch something so smooth. I spread sticky liquid on it, and then dried it. Water can't penetrate it, will repel the rain. Sticky liquid had that kind of effect. He didn't know. Were you unaware? In regards to the applications of the sticky liquid, I am unaware of any other uses other than as glue. And speaking of rain gears, there's nothing outside of simply piling up several cloths and pelts and creating something like a robe. This is my first time seeing such a thin rain gear, really. For some reason, Rainbox-sama's and the madam's eyes sparkled. This is also a new discovery. The slimes were seriously left unresearched. At that, the madam spoke to me. That rain gear, is it okay if I test it out? If it's testing, then. I invocated the item box again and I brought several cloths out. Treated cloths. Although it's thin, water won't be able to go through, and although it's worn out after being cleaned by the cleaner slime and applying the treatment, it's not dirty. These were originally the scraps of the clothes of the bandits and the loin cloths of the goblins, so please just let the fact that it's all worn down go. While thinking those things, I presented the cloth, not just to Rainbox-sama and the madam, but also to Reinhardt-sama and Sebasu-san. They took the cloths and wrapped it on their own hands. Then they took their hands and began putting it outside the small window of the carriage. Ho! It's really repelling the water. Amazing, the water isn't soaking it up at all, exclaimed the madam and Rainbox-sama as they showed their admiration. The rain drops are a little cold, but if one were to affix fur within the inner part, it should be possible to make it comfortable. Analyzed, Sebasu-san. This can sell. Ryo-makun, if you work with us and begin, please excuse me. Is something the matter? As the four were testing out the water-repellent cloth, Aaron-san opened the door of the carriage. It looks like she was sitting outside the carriage at the back, and when something needed to be done, it appears she would be called by putting out one's hand out of the carriage and signaling. Ah no, there's nothing. We were just checking out the effectivity of the rain gear Ryo-makun had developed. I see. Please excuse my behavior. As she said that and tried to close the door of the carriage, I noticed that her feet were wet. Apparently the roof at the rear seat isn't able to cover the feet from the rain. While hurriedly calling Aronisan's attention, I took out from the item box the seemingly stolen curtain of the bandits that has been waterproofed. Please wait, Aronisan, what's the matter? This feet rain won't go through. Would it be fine if I borrowed this? It's cold when wet, and like this I can also prove that water won't go through even after long exposure, so thank you very much. I'll borrow this then. Aronisan smiled at me, gave her thanks, and then left. After that, a few hours passed with nothing happening. Reinhardt-sama decided to sell the waterproof cloth as a new kind of rain gear. The people inside the carriage all put their head together to come with different proposals for the development of this new technology. Making the best out of my current knowledge, I proposed for things like raincoats and umbrellas. Incidentally, other than me, what the other five wanted to make the most was a waterproof tent. This world also has tents, but since they're not waterproof, when rain comes there is a chance for leaking. And if the downpour is heavy, the chance for leaking is quite high. Other suggestions also included using a waterproofed cloth as a substitute for the leather pouch that's used to store water, and something like being able to fold it when water hasn't been put inside, making it somewhat compact, and a bunch of other things the others thought of as they played with the experimental cloth I had passed to them. Finally, there's that feel of being in the different world template. Or rather, now that I notice it, it seems that before I knew it I've somehow ended up heading on the direction of domestic affair cheat. Wasn't I supposed to be a magic and martial arts cheat? Current knowledge plus goods equals a cheat in this world. As I thought of how taxing it was to think up new products, the carriage stopped, and a messenger from our guards came. "My lord, it seems that there has been a landslide because of the rain. We have been able to confirm from afar that the road ahead has been blocked." "What? Is that true?" "Yes, the road has been completely blocked. Some considerably big rocks and trees have also fallen. Like this we won't be able to cross. The alternative route. From here it will be quite a long detour, and while it's still unconfirmed, according to our sources there's a reasonable chance that there's no other road except for one where a big group of bandits may appear." A person who has the skill, weather prediction, mentioned that the rain will likely stop in a few hours. The fastest way to reach the town of Gimyuru would probably be to prepare camp somewhere away from the landslide, wait for the rain to stop, and remove the sand and stones with earth magic. "My lord, please give me your..." "Right, it's bad for Elialia to go through a long journey since she's not used to it, and I want to avoid a dangerous road. Let's go with your decision." "Thank you very much. We will immediately begin the operation." After that, the carriage began moving again. Just a little bit ahead, it seems that there's a tree there that we might be able to use to take shelter from the rain. Although, I think it's dangerous to be beside a tree when it's pouring so heavily. Well, there ain't no thunder, so it's probably okay. For the meantime, let's at least keep a minimum distance of 2 m from the tree. That way I could feel a bit safer against that lightning. After around 5 minutes the carriage stopped again. The surrounding became busy, and around the same time Aronisan entered. "We are currently quickly preparing the camp. Please wait just a little more. And also, Ryo-masama, thank you very much for this cloth. Another maid, Lillian, is also very grateful. You're welcome. Did the water get through? No, from what I've seen, not even a drop. That's amazing. This cloth can even stand extend periods of usage. That's right, Aroni and Ryamakun. I've decided to develop and manufacture rain gears using this cloth. Once the trial products are completed, I want to hear your opinions hearing that. Sebasu-san said this. That is certainly a good idea. If a rain gear made from this cloth were to come out, it would undoubtedly become very popular. As they said that, Aroni smiled. But what caught my eyes and made me concerned were the guards who were working while looking like drowned rats. I understand that's their work, and I also understand that if an unskilled person were to lend his hand, he'll just get in the way. But as someone who was once in a sweatshop in Earth, when people become dull in their work, I can't help but become sorry for them and want to help. Oh yeah, in barrier magic, there's a barrier that can avoid rain. I forgot about it since I haven't used it in a long time. If it's something like that, then it won't get in their way. Is it okay if I use barrier magic? Of course, what's wrong? No good, it was too sudden. Without explaining anything, I just went and said that, of course, he wouldn't understand. Outside there are people drenched. Using barrier of rain shelter can protect them from the rain. Work will be comfortable. I see, thank you. If you do that, it'll help them out too. Having gotten permission, I quickly invocated the barrier magic on the place where the people were. Surround them, protect them from the rain, and become their shield, rain shelter. After I chanted the magic words, as if wrapping itself around them, a dome-shaped barrier appeared and affixed itself, blocking off the rain. With the rain suddenly stopping, the people inside were shocked. Camel-san noticed the barrier magic, waved his hands and gave his thanks. There were also other people that came to give their thanks, but I just ended it by waving my hands and ascertained my next target. I wasn't able to wrap everyone with a barrier with one shot. There are still 4 places where people are gathered that haven't been affixed with a barrier. So just like before, I changed the magic words and affixed a barrier in those 4 places. And just now, I also put up a barrier around the carriage. After a while, the preparations for the tent were finished and Zeph-san came over to call us. Sorry for making you wait, the preparations for the tent have finished. And Kid, the other guy, says thanks. You're welcome. How long until the rain stops? Around 2 more hours according to the guy that has the skill. As soon as it stops, we'll begin to remove the earth and sand. Got it then. Until then, go get some rest. It will be a big job for an earth magician, so rest well. Understood. Having said that and given the orders, we sent off Zeph-san and went back into our tents. The tent was quite the luxurious tent, and inside it had 4 sections. Foo, ah, ouch, ow. The madam gave her a concerned look and asked, Elia, you're still not used to carriages. Sorry, don't mind it, it's only been recent so it can't be helped. Also today, because of the rain, the soil was loose and it shook a lot more than normal. It can't be helped, it'll be good if you could properly get some rest. Ryoma too. Yes, I'll get plenty of rest and afterwards I'll do my best. I can't just leave things as it is. I got to ride the carriage for free and even had the costs of the hotel taken care of. Besides, it'll also be good training. Rainbox-sama looked at me with a curious look and asked, Do your best. With what? Getting rid of the fallen sand and earth with earth magic. We'll let the guards do it, so it's fine if you just rest, you know. I've been indebted to you very much. It will also be for my sake. Please let me do it. Fumu. If you say it like that, then I guess I'll get your help. However, if you get tired, you have to rest, okay? You've already used your barrier magic several times. If your magic power gets cut off, it'll painful. Ah, so he was worried about that. Really, what a good person, I'm grateful. Thank you very much. I'll be careful. Volume 1 Chapter 9, The Man Picked Up by the Gods. Volume 1 Chapter 9, The rain had stopped, and the operation to remove the rock and sand has begun. In the surrounding area, guards who can use earth magic are destroying the rocks by using the magic break rock. and carrying the soil away after hardening it with the magic rock. While Break Rock uses the image of a rock being shaved, rock is about the image of a soil gathering and hardening in order to invocate. About that, during the time in the forest when I excavated that cave, I somehow managed to create a combination of the two magic, Break Rock and Rock, called Create Block. Using this magic, I took large quantities of rock and soil, turning them into large bricks of stones, and had the slimes carry them away. While other people had to deal with rock and soil separately, I was able to deal with both at the same time, allowing me to remove rock and soil at a speed that's at a completely different level. Moreover, because the created bricks were being carried by slimes that worked while lined up to each other like a bucket brigade, the operation was like an assembly line system with me rapidly using magic. Like this, the operation was able to proceed at an absurd pace. When one of the other guards saw this, he called my attention. "Can you give me a sec?" "What is it?" "Ryle McCunn, right. That magic, exactly how are you doing that?" "I may be an earth magician, but my main occupation is still that of a swordsman, and so I may not know all the details about earth magic, but I've definitely never seen a magic that can dispose of soil and rock at the same time. Can you teach me that?" This is Create Block. A person who can use Break Rock and Rock could probably use this as well. Break Rock changes rock to soil and for rock from soil to rock, right? That's right. So from rock to soil and from soil to rock, take those two processes and turn it into one. And with that image, please use your magic. If you do this, the rocks in the area affected by your magic will turn to soil, and the soil, remaining as a soil, will along with everything else become a rock. It should be decided beforehand how big the rock that will be formed will be. In my case, I have my slimes carry it away, so I chose this size. The man gave a nod to show he understood. Then he went to a nearby rock and tried it out, after which, while the sizes were a bit off, he was able to splendidly turn the soil and rock into a size that could be moved. It really works. Although I need to get used to it before I can manage the size of the rock and the amount made properly. The magic consumption seems to be lower than doing things separately. Thanks, Ryle McCunn. No, I'm happy. I could be of help. Since I was asked whether it would be okay if Create Block was taught to the others as well, and responded with a yes, the man rushed up to the other guys working and taught them the magic as well. The results of that, today, the number of people who can use the magic perfectly is 1, and the people who can use it to some extent are 3. Overall, the speed of the entire operation had gone up. Incidentally, the one man who could use the magic perfectly was the man who came to talk with me, Galtier-san. When the operation ended for the day, I went back to the tent and was hugged by the madam. "Fuga. Welcome home, you did a good job, Ryle McCunn. Please let me go. Tight, it's tight, so please, madam, a rather dangerous part is being strangled, please let go." Jeho, I'm sorry, are you okay?" Yes, I'm all right. What was it again? The name of this maid that stopped madam, if I'm correct, Lillian San. Yes. Thank you very much. You saved me. What's important is you're safe. By the way, the meal has already been prepared. Will you be having your meal now? Yes, I'll have it now. When I said that, she replied, then please come over here, and brought us over to the table in the room inside. "Ryoma-kun, looks like you worked hard today, huh? Thanks for your hard work. Can you eat? It's not good to push yourself, you know. My body is fine." It seems you've used quite a bit of magic, though. It was amazing, you know. That magic Create Block, was it? Yes. Because of that magic of Ryalma's and his slimes, the efficiency rose up. And even more, he taught the same magic to the guards that use earth magic, and now it looks like the operation to remove the rocks and sands will finish much earlier than expected. That's great. Around that time, the food was brought over and we all began to eat. Then Ilialia said this, "Ryalma-san, how much magic power does Ryalma-san have?" Oh yeah, now that you mention it. How much magic do I have again? Since I came to this world, I haven't been able to see my own status. Until now, I didn't mind, but when I first came to this world, I became too excited and used magic too much and ran out of magic power, so it's not like it's infinite, but what's wrong? I don't know. But normally you have to go to church when you reach 10 years. I see, Ryoma-san. You've been living in the forest, right? Then in that case, how are you able to tell your limit? Based on my body's state and my intuition, is that okay? If one gets used to it, then there's no problem. Rainbow-sama began to explain. In a normal family, one would go to the church on their 10th birthday and receive a measurement of their status. At that moment, based on the magic power of a person, it will be decided whether that person can become a magician in the future or not. For us, nobles, we do it on the 5th birthday so we can start with training early. However, Ryoma-kun, your magic is probably not low. Since you were able to use magic consecutively, like that, without cutting off your magic power, you should be in possession of a significant amount of magic power. It's possible you might have around the same magic power as Ilialia. If it's like that, then I'll be very happy. Why would Ajao-sama be happy? While I was thinking that, Sabasu-san noticed and explained to me. Ajao-sama possesses an enormous amount of magic power. Given her position, from a very young age she has received special treatment. Because of that, it became difficult to create friends that would be able to talk to her easily. The Ajao-sama looked at me and then explained herself. Even though for this country's royal court magic practitioners, at most, a magic power of a little over 60,000 can be considered to be strong. But my magic power is 200,000. 200,000, huh? This Ajao-sama, she wouldn't have happened to have been reincarnated from Earth, would she? The gods did mention that there are people who received cheats and were sent here before. I see. Aren't you shocked? It's 4 times that of a royal court magic practitioner, you know. Even if you tell me that I'm also a cheating bastard, so, not really. Not really, you say. Whether the magic power is 60,000 or 200,000, nothing really changes. As I was thinking that, the Ajao-sama's expression became uneasy and she asked me this. Am I not scary? Why? I'm carrying an unbelievable amount of magic power, right? So, Ajao-sama, are you going to do bad things with that magic power? I won't. Do you want to hurt people? There's no such thing. Then what's there to be afraid of? You don't plan to do bad things, there's no intention to hurt others, that kind of person, what's there to be afraid of? But I wonder if something happened in the past. Then, Ajao-sama, am I scary? I've killed many people, you know. In total, I've killed 30 people. I've also killed animals, also killed magical beasts. On top of all that, I killed someone worth 700 small gold coins. Even if it was all for the sake of living, the fact that I've killed is true. Ah, right, I've killed. If it was Japan, I'd be a murdering demon. I don't think what I did was wrong, though. If I hesitated, I would have died. But still, the fact that I've killed is the truth. In other words, the person called Ryoma-kun in front of Ajao-sama is a person who possesses the power to kill that many people. Is Ajao-sama scared of that kind of me? There's no such thing, because Ryoma-san. It's the same. I, too, don't think of Ajao-sama as scary. Whether the magic power is 60,000 or 200,000, that won't change in the first place. Humans can die easily. Let alone 200,000, not even 60,000 magic power is needed. Humans can be killed even with a low-level magic fireball, and if one is clumsy, they can fall, hit their head, and die, right? There are also people that have died by sneezing. Me. That's why I don't think the Ajao-sama is scary. Is that true? Yes, really. Is that really true? Yes. I don't know what kind of life you'll live in the future, but at the very least, I won't run from Ajao-sama because of her magic power. Gusu, right after I said that, Ajao-sama cried. Wait a moment, calm down, my voice isn't coming out. I'm not even stuttering or smattering, not a single word is coming out. Wait, this isn't the time to be thinking something like that. While I'm thinking these things, won't Ajao-sama cry for real? I made a 12-year-old cry, me who is actually a 42-year-old uncle. What should I do? After that, until the Ajao-sama stopped crying, I wasn't able to do anything. Right now, her eyes are still red, but Ajao-sama had already stopped crying. Ryoma-san, my head still a little confused, but I responded to Ajao-sama. I still wasn't able to say anything yet, but I looked at Ajao-sama's direction. At that, she lowered her head deeply and giving her thanks to me, she said this. Thank you very much. Because of Ryoma-san's words, my heart has been put at ease. And Ajao-sama took a huge breath. Want you be friends with me? After saying that, I barely managed to muster a reply to that. If Ajao-sama is fine with it, then I'd be glad. From now on it's not Ajao-sama, call me Elia. We're friends, right? Elia, yes. As she said that, the former Ajao-sama, Elia, gave me a smile that was like a flower. Well, in the meantime, it's been settled peacefully, but saying what she wanted to be said, in the end, didn't I just let the situation take its course? Whatever, Elia's happy and there's nothing wrong. In this case, trying to change the situation rather than letting it take its course would be uncouth. Volume 1, Chapter 10, side Ryoma, it's been 3 days since the day I've made Elia cry. After the landslide, our trip had proceeded without a hitch. And today, we have finally reached our destination, Gimyuru. We've arrived. This is the town of Gimyuru. The town of Gimyuru is tranquil despite being a big town because of the greens surrounding it. Near this town appears to be a mine. It seems, however, that the iron that this mine should be producing has been decreasing, especially this time's observation. 3 years ago the production has become mostly zero, and as such, today's visit was for the purpose of affirming whether the mine should be abandoned or not. It would appear, though, that the fact that it will be abandoned has mostly been decided. Reinhardt reasoned that since there isn't one mine, there won't be a problem even after 10 years. So I guess it has already been assumed that it will be abandoned. Considering that the mining rate has been nearly zero, unless they find a new vein, they will immediately abandon the mine. Also, it seems the miners from the village haven't really been working on this mine since last year. But that's something to be expected. After all, anyone would prefer to work at a place that could bring out results. Then, let's go to the lodging, leave our belongings there, and then go to the Tamer Guild to register. The Tamer Guild is the guild to which the 2 classes of practitioners that control magical beasts, the slave magic users and the conjurers, belong to. Their job is to provide information and certain services to the members. In the same way, there are also other guilds, such as the Adventurer Guild or the Magic Guild, and there's also the Merchant Guild. But compared to the other 3, the members of the Tamer Guild are fewer because the beasts get scared of people easily, so it's not as popular. As a result, the scale of the guild becomes smaller, and the places where the guild can be found has also becomes fewer. That kind of rare guild is here in this town. As for why, it seems it's because they use the beasts to carry things from the mine. Today, the madam is in high spirits and is pulling me and Elia while humming. When we reached the lodging, there was something bothering me, so before going to the guild, I brought up my concern to the madam and the others. How much of my information should I give to the guild? Well, the information offered is entirely up to the discoverer, so up to how much Ryoma-kun thinks is good will be fine, replied the madam. I see, then in that case. Then, I'll register the evolution conditions for the slime and the big slime and the 2 new variations as well. Are you going to keep the methods of using a sticky slime a secret? Yes, since we're going to be selling waterproof cloths, if we teach it to them, similar goods might appear on the market. There's also that. Right, then let's keep that a secret. After talking, we were planning to go straight to the Tamer Guild, but before that Rainbow-sama said this. Ryoma-kun hasn't been able to go to church yet, right? Then in that case, how about we go to the church first and see your status? At those words, Reinhardt-san and the madam made a face that said, right, there was still that. It seems that the status board that the church can bring out doesn't just show the status and the likes, but can also make the process for the guild registration to go smoother. There is a condition before joining the Tamer Guild that one needs to be able to use slave magic or otherwise conjuration. If one hands over one's status board, and there is slave magic written in the field for the skills shown, then the answer will immediately be okay. In the case that one isn't able to show his status board, then you will be made to wait for a while and will have to perform the slave contract with the prepared slime in front of the clerk in charge. If one is unable to perform the instruction, then one cannot register. In other words, we changed our plans and went to the Church of Genesis of the town of Gimyuru. By the way, since we ended up going to the church, we made the slimes wait at our lodging. Although if we were only going to the Tamer Guild it would have been fine. When we got to the church, what greeted us was the warm smile of an elderly woman wearing the kind of clothes a nun would wear. "Welcome, esteemed guests. Is there chapel today? We would like for this child to receive his status board. Because of some circumstance until now he was unable to receive his status board. Please take care of me. Is that so? Then please come this way. I will lead you to the room of baptism." I went with the woman who was dressed in the clothes of a nun and walked inside the church. It seems, aside from the people who will receive the baptism, entering the room of baptism is prohibited. So as soon as we reached the room, the others had to go to a different room and waited there. "This way, please. Excuse me," in the room I was brought to. A crystal ball like the one I saw at the guard's room in the town of Karabin was there on top of the pedestal. That pedestal had a depressed area that was around the size of palm, rectangular in shape, and positioned in the portrait orientation. The girl brought a transparent board that looked like it would fit just right into that. "This will become your status board. I will insert this board into the pedestal, and once you touch the crystal, the baptism will be complete. Once you touch this crystal, the crystal will emit a strong light. However, it won't hurt you, so please don't worry." As the girl said that, she inserted the status board into the pedestal and walked away from the pedestal. "Please, go ahead and touch the crystal." Yes, while being a little excited, I began to slowly touch the crystal. As I did that, in an instant, a strong light like the one when I came to this world shone from the crystal and filled the room with light. When that light stopped, what was in front of my eyes wasn't the room of baptism anymore. It was the same pure white room as when I met the gods for the first time. "This is, hey, Ryama-kun, over here, behind you." As I turned to face that voice, the three gods that sent me to Seroforu was standing there. "Gain Kyufo Rurusha, did I die again?" No, you're all right. We just made the time in that world stop for a bit, and we pulled only your consciousness. Gain. I also didn't think that we'd be able to meet again, but because you prayed to our stone statue which you made in the forest every day. Kyufo, you isolated yourself in the forest, trained, researched, and practiced over and over again, right? You were also able to provide for your own food. In a sense, it was also just the bare necessities, making your daily life pretty much the same as the discipline of a believer. Rusha Omu, I thought you wouldn't be able to meet us no matter how many times you go to church, but since you've actually met us for real, you believed in our existence from the bottom of your heart, and for 3 years you prayed every day to us. Because of that, you satisfied the requirements for the skill, Oracle. Being in the room of baptism served as an impetus for that. Once you wake up, you should have received a new skill, Oracle, which will be around LV2 or LV3. Gain, I see. Well, regardless, I'm happy that we were able to meet again. Ryama, we are too. Thank you for coming to the church just as you've promised. Rurusha, it looks like you're having fun in the new world. I've always been watching, and it seems you've been doing interesting things one after another. Kyufo, I didn't think that you would actually isolate yourself in the forest for 3 years. Though for us that was a short time, but for a human that's not the case. First of all, although relatively it may be a safe forest, it's not without danger. We thought at most it'd only be 1 year, but gain, you used the skills you had freely. You researched magic and used it in your day-to-day life. And in not even 3 years, although you can't say it's luxurious, you've managed to create an environment you can live in. Rurusha, when you look at that by its appearance, it may seem frugal, but when you take into consideration the environment, it's a really great house. It's very safe, wide, and clean. The facilities are also complete, especially the fact that it has a bath. In this world, only the houses of the wealthy have baths in them. And also the fact that you have a toilet, and yet it's so clean it doesn't stink. Even if you look all over the world, such a thing could only be found in your house. Qfo, to think that you were able to produce that much result from your slime research. I also didn't think of that. In the first place, there aren't any people that researches slimes. I was especially surprised by those two variations, the cleaner slimes and the scavenger slimes. That's a new variant, right? Gain, so it's like that after all. I also asked the members of the family of slave magic users and they said they didn't know, so I thought that might be the case. Ryalma Umu. I made the slimes, but I only gave it the ability to adapt easily to the environment and the power to reproduce, so it ended up having infinite possibilities for evolution. But because it was too weak and was exterminated by other animals to some extent right after a seed was born, it didn't increase in number at all. In the end, it ended up such that the slimes that would be born would be decided based on the environment of the area. That's why even I completely forgot about the possibility of a new kind of slime being born. You've done a wonderful job. Gain, for a person to have researched slimes to that extent. I think you're the first one, Rurusha. Even more, you've managed to produce results even beyond what we gods imagined. Qfo, hey, was slime really not researched to that extent? It wasn't. Qfo, gain, Rurusha, even I, who made it, actually managed to forget about it. When it comes to slimes, I have a feeling you already know more than me. Gain, even if it's limited to slimes, to have knowledge greater than God. What's up with that? Qfo, however, when it comes to slimes, there's still a lot of things you're thinking about, right? I took a peek at your research and you've been thinking of things I haven't thought of. In the first place, even if I'm a god, it doesn't mean I'm omnipotent. The gods have their respective specialties and places where they're bad at. There are also times when someone is born in the world I'm protecting that manages to discover something and leaves me wide-eyed. Gain, is that so? Ryalma Un. For example, we are gods and you are human, so we can't be hurt by you guys. But if you were to, right now, come try to beat us up, you can easily do it. Because we don't have any fighting abilities. Using the power of God, we can protect ourselves and make ourselves untouchable or make the pain go away, but using techniques to win against you is impossible. The only one who can fight is the god of war who specializes at fighting. Qfo, is that so? I didn't know. Well, when you say God, humans normally imagine someone that can do anything, but more than anything it's fun. And also to think that you'd end up related to that family tilde, Rurusha Mn. Do you know the people of the Jamal family? Well, yeah, since the ancestor of those people is a person we sent from Earth, Rurusha really. Ryalma Mn. She was a good child tilde. It seemed he was aiming to be a trainer of animals. She didn't seem to understand the situation very well, but she asked for an ability that allowed her to subdue animals, then went over to that world. Qfo, was that perhaps slave magic? Ryalma Bingo. Well, at that time there was a similar ability, but she studied that ability and mixed it with the power we gave her, and what came about was slave magic. She received merit for completing slave magic, and at the same time receive a court rank from the king. Her face was good, so she was quite popular, and eventually fell in love with a noble and got married. Ever since then, her lineage continued, and while having an ancient and honorable origin, her descendants practiced slave magic. Rurusha, moreover, amongst the 3 currently existing members of the Jamal household, Rainbach has received my divine protection, while Reinhardt from Kufo and Elias from Rurusha. And that daughter, Ilialia, the blood of the person we sent over runs deep in her veins and has inherited her ancestors' traits. It's not like you shouldn't already be aware. Gain, you should at least properly look at what's right below you. Kufo, seriously. Oh, wait. If she takes after her ancestor, then that's why her magic power is over 200,000. That's exactly correct, but it's not because of the reincarnated person we just mentioned. Of course, she has extraordinary talent in slave magic, but that talent comes from her dad's lineage. As for her magic, it's because of a different person who was reincarnated, whose blood flows in the veins of her mother. This one is a typical representation of an otaku who was reincarnated. It seemed he hated exercising, so he gave up completely on martial arts and became peerless in magic. Because he put everything into his talent for magic and magic power, he possessed a frightening amount of magic power. Ilialia inherited that part from him. He was quite the eccentric, though. Gain, that kid, at first, didn't know how to take care of himself tilde Kufo, because he was weak and was a coward. Until the day he died, he didn't do any evil and was happy. During those days until he died, he was always scared. Rurusha, from the little I've heard, it seems there's quite a bit of people that have been reincarnated. Ryalma, the ones I'm pleased with, and the ones I'm not, there are quite a lot. A person from Earth will definitely bring magic power with them, so we will definitely take one person. Even an interval of 200 years is short for a reincarnated person to get here, so it is unlikely for there to be multiple people who have been reincarnated at the same era. Rurusha, but there were times when the situation was aggravated because of the use of magic during war, at which point we would hurriedly bring someone from Earth. Well, it doesn't happen all the time, especially nowadays where there's no war, so there probably won't be one in your lifetime. Kufo, since people who have been reincarnated receive high-level skills and special skills from the gods, there's a lot that end up in fairy tales and legends and stories of heroes and the like. For example, there was that story I talked to you about, Lilia-chan and her mother's side of her family. In that family, there was a guy that was peerless at magic that would be quickly called out during times of war, and at the same time, they would go on a rampage and be called heroes or brave warriors. And then I don't know if you can remember, but there was this story you talked about before about a figure that used a power that mostly couldn't be used and was persecuted. And that arrogant man received treatment like he was a demon king or something, and was subjugated and ended up becoming a fairy tale. You've heard of the story of the alchemist king, right? Yeah, I've heard of the story of how alchemy came to be. Was the alchemy king someone who was transferred? Ryalma, that's right. But it's a person that was really annoying. Rurusha, when we were giving him a gift, he said he wanted to use alchemy. When we told him it didn't exist in the other world, he ordered us to go make it. Kufo, it couldn't be helped, so I listened and created it irresponsibly. Gain, hey, it couldn't be that the method of using alchemy was strangely easy because Omu, I made it irresponsibly after all. Gain, I knew it. Write a simple magic formation on top of that, just put your material there, and imagine the thing it's going to separate into, put some magic, and boom. Success. I thought it was too easy, so that's why. I thought it was strange that other things common in other magic, like controlling the amount of magic power or regulating it, wasn't needed. Ryalma, that's right. Because of his selfishness, I didn't want to take the time. No matter how free I am, rather than doing something I'm unhappy about, it's better to be leisurely. Gain, I agree with you on that point, but Ryalma, well, it is difficult for the humans of this world, you know. Because the people of this world don't have the knowledge of the people from Earth. The alchemist king was a student from Earth, so there wasn't any problem and he was able to use it to amass a fortune. But after the golden age of alchemy, there were plenty of people who couldn't even use separation once. The alchemist king was a money-monger, and he didn't want his profits to be taken away from him, so he died without teaching his techniques and knowledge to anyone. Gain, and so, he did as he pleased. And even other people who were transported here. Ryalma, that's right. In that case, you're similar in that you do whatever you want, but at least you're more docile. Although you may feel like you're just going with the flow, it's not like that. You at least make your decisions yourself, you obey the rules you should obey, and within that in its own way you do what you want. Right now, you are the most desirable person to have been pulled in this world, Serophoro, you know. Qfo, what's up all of the sudden? Ryalma, fu tilde in. Even if I'm like this, I am still pretty much a god, so I thought I'd say something fitting for a god. It seems you're worrying about when Elia asked you to be her friend, and you just went with the flow and agreed. Ah, I see. It's fine not to think too much about it. Since in your previous world you lived your life by going along with your surroundings, isn't right now the same? And besides, it's not like going along with your surroundings is a completely bad thing. Rurusha, Elia-chan was happy, right? Then isn't that just fine? Gain, yeah, you're right. Thank you, you three. Don't mind it, we're gods after all. And advice of this level is just like taking a walk for us. Gain, we're having fun because of you, so consider this our thanks. Qfo, your time here is about to run out, so we just gave you a little advice before that. Rurusha, thank you. And also I'm sorry, but it seems I lost much of my vocabulary since I came into this world, so I can't say it very well, but thank you. Ryalma, your feelings have reached us. Rurusha, well, it's because we're watching over everyone. Qfo, recently other gods have also been watching you, you know. Gain a other. You've caught the interest of the god of war and the god of magic. It's actually quite strange since they actually hate people that have been transported here. Gain, the god of war is interested in your martial arts. It's not a cheat we gave you, so it's different from this world, and also because it's something you've mastered with your own effort. The god of magic doesn't hate cheat abilities as much as the god of war does, but he hates the people that have been transported here who goes on a rampage with their power, or goes around making lots of money. You see, that guy likes people that practice prudency. With that in mind, since you've been researching magic and slimes a lot, and you haven't really been hasty in your matters, you've managed to pull his interest. Qfo, the ones who are always watching are only us, but whenever they're in the mood, those other two gods also watch. Rurusha, what's up with that? Ryalma, it's not like they'll actually do something, so isn't it fine? Ah, but the god of art and craft actually gave you his protection. For the meantime, it's not a bad thing, so don't mind it. Rurusha, he said he came to like you because he liked how you drink the sake from your previous world. It's because that guy is also the god of wine. In your previous life, it seems you didn't drink sake enjoyably, but he seems to value the fact that of drunk so much. Also, he said your drunken fist which you practiced was quite interesting. Gain drunken fist. Oh right, I did practice it from to time in the forest, so that was seen. In my previous life, I didn't have any money to play with, and since my dad died, I just studied several martial arts to kill time. To think someone would actually find that interesting. Ryalma, well, no one knows what will happen in life, right? The settings of your lineage includes having the grandpa who raised you up be a dwarf. So Tekun may be the god of wine, but he is mainly worshipped by the dwarves, so it's just perfect for you. And oh right, now that you mentioned there was something like that, is that okay? Isn't it weird? Ryalma, it's fine. Well then it looks like we've run out of time. Gain I see then see you. Ryalma come again Qfo, when you come to the church again we'll be able to talk again for a short while. though it's impossible immediately, but one day I think we'll definitely be able to talk again. Actually, this is fact is also something unexpected. Rurusha, you are really an interesting person. I will be eagerly waiting for the day we meet again, and until then I'll be watching over you. Gain as Gain said that. A warm light began to overflow in front of my eyes. As soon as the light calmed down, I saw the woman in nun clothes again. What an amazing light! The stronger the light, the stronger the love God has for you. At this rate, sooner or later, you might be able to receive the divine protection of God. Afterwards, please look at your card, okay? Looks like just as Gain mentioned, the time over here stopped. Nevertheless, should I ask her about the divine protection? Thank you very much. Is there anything I need to know regarding the divine protection? The divine protection is something granted to you by God, so no one has the right to say anything except for you and the God that has given you the divine protection. If you want to ask about the protection you have, I can teach you as much as I know, but I won't try to ask anything from you. And also your status card will basically only show the name, age, race, and everything else aside from this will be hidden because it's private information. If you wish for an information on your card to be hidden, you only need to pray silently and it will become hidden. Please try it out. Being told that, I looked at the information shown in the Status Board Volume 1, Chapter 11 TL Notes. Here's your crack, boys. Remember to say grace. I added the changes from the status in the prologue here. It wasn't there in the raws, so I just added it myself. Regarding template, I don't really get it, so take it with a grain of salt until someone can confirm, but maybe the world he is in is just similar to this light novel in his world, which happens to be called Template, and he is comparing his experiences or grabbing explanations from that book or something. Changes to some terms. Mental resistance, emotional resistance, vitality, strengthening, stronger vitality, super heal power, super healing, mental concentration, focus, spirit, endurance, stronger endurance, resist, resistance, magic, restore, speed up, magic, recovery, rate up, translation stuff. Chinese letter is apparently a lithograph, but that didn't really make sense in context, so I read it as a stone block instead. Chinese letter, 8 stances of shooting. Heavens, I know nothing about this stuff. So I guessed. Chinese letter, I know nothing about archery, but I'm guessing Kyudu's relationship to Kyujutsu is as Kendo to Kenjutsu. The former has been changed to a sport-friendly version, while the latter is about killing. I don't know, someone who knows their stuff, please explain. Volume 1, Chapter 11, Side Ryalma Name. Ryalma Take Bayashi Gender. Male age, 11 race. Human physical strength, 11,052 magic power, 198,000 strength. B speed, a defense. B spirit, SSS endurance, a handiness, SS luck. B everyday life skill, domestic chores, LV10. Etiquette, LV7, musical instrument, LV3. Singing, LV3, calculation, LV5, battle skills, Taijutsu, LV7, Kenjutsu, LV7, short sword arts, LV6, hidden weapon arts, LV7, spear arts, LV4, bow arts, LV6. From Force 6. Staff arts, LV6, Fundaojutsu. Art of weight, counterweight. LV4, throwing arts, LV7, covert arts, LV7. From 6-7, trap. LV6. From Force 6. Body manipulation, LV6. From 5-6, Kiku or Qigong. LV5, magic skills, slave magic, LV2, barrier magic, LV2, healing magic, LV1, alchemy, LV2, fire magic, LV3, water magic, LV3, wind magic, LV2, earth magic, LV4, neutral magic, LV3, electric magic, LV1, ice magic, LV2, poison magic, LV2, wood magic, LV3, light magic, LV2, dark magic, LV1, space magic. LV3, magic perception, LV3. From 1-3. Magic Manipulation LV4. From 1-4 Magic Recovery Rate Up LV2. From 1-2. Production Skills Pharmacy LV6 Smithing LV1 Architecture LV3. From 2-3. Woodworking LV3. From 2-3. Modeling LV4 Drawing LV4 Resistance Skills Physical Pain Resistance LV8 Emotional Resistance LV9 Poison Resistance LV7 Disease Resistance LV7 Sleep Resistance LV7C Cold Resistance LV7 Heat Resistance LV7 Resistance to Foul Odor LV3 New Special Skill Oracle LV3 Survival Skills LV5 From 3-5 Note. Was buffed by QFO in the Prologue Stronger Vitality, LV3 Super Healing, LV3 Stronger Endurance, LV6 Focus Spirit, LV5 Title Gekkokuju, http://n. Wikipedia. org/wiki/gekkokuj%c5% 8d. Olded equals 459,411,366. The man who overcame a life of misfortune alternatively. The man who overcame a life of unhappiness. During the prologue this was originally. The man who lost his life to bad luck. Favorite child of the gods, disciple of the sage, disciple of the martial god, divine protections, divine protection of gain, the god of creation, divine protection of Kufo, the god of life, divine protection of Rurusha, the god of love, divine protection of Tekun, the god of wine. I was told beforehand that my magic power will increase once I get here, so that's fine. There's quite a bit of skills that had leveled up. Looking at this, the magic skills are quite numerous. Survival skills, what is this? Now that I think about it, I should have had some survival skills but disappeared for some reason. Is this it? It also looks like the titles have changed for the better, and this disciple thing, it's that, right? That thing that was written on the letter the gods sent to me when I got here, to make it so that my skill level won't seem suspicious. TL note. His survival skills used to be written in katakana, and now it's written a S Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, season jutsu. As for the significance of that, I don't know. Also, I'm keeping it as survival skills for now. And as for the divine protections, I have the divine protections of the three gods and the god of wine. Well, in any case, let's do as she said and hide everything else aside from the name, age, and race. Done. I'm done. Then let us go to the room where your companions are waiting. If you want anything, please ask them. At the woman's suggestion, we left the room. When we got outside, we heard the voices of some children. Wait, wait. Ahaha, I'm over here. Looking at the direction of the voice through the window, I saw some children wearing worn-out clothes playing. When I saw them, the woman explained to me. They are the children that this church is looking after. They are always cheerful, and when they're done with their chores, they go outside and play like that. An orphanage, huh? Well, I don't know what circumstances their family has, but I understand. Having finished her explanation, the woman suggested for us to go. Well then, let us be on our way. Following the woman, we eventually reached a room inside the church. In there were my companions, Reinhardt-san, Madam, Rainbox-sama, Elia, and Sebasu-san. Sorry for making you wait. The baptism has finished with no problems. Sorry for making you wait, guys. No problem. Right after Reinhardt-san said that, the woman took her leave. Well then, I will be taking my leave. Please feel free to use this room until you wish to leave. Thank you very much. Immediately I also gave my thanks. Thank you very much. You're welcome. Well then. After Reinhardt-san saw her out the room, I asked Reinhardt-san. She left rather hurriedly. Is there something wrong? It's because the information in the status board is one's personal information and is a secret from everyone. That's her showing her consideration, said Reinhardt-san as the madam followed. This room was also prepared with the intention of allowing the people that have been baptized and their family to be able to talk about the status here without being bothered. So that's how it is. Omu. It'll be bad if one talks about the information in the status board indiscreetly. Although in the past it was actually illegal to hide one's status, but because there were many who tried to abuse that information, it has become customary to hide that information. Rainbach, the skills that a person possesses can show how one fights and how much power one has. Having this information out in the open is inconvenient. Physical strength and magic power was said to be peerless in the battlefield, and the best warriors and magicians of the country's limits was exposed and received the attack of the enemy and was killed. Such things happened many times. Nowadays no one really shows the contents of their status outside of the people they permit. And also, for the same reason, people also don't show their divine protection. The only thing people show is their name, race, and age, and also depending on the person, their title. Sebasu, I see, Ryalma, that's why you should keep your information a secret. And if there's something you don't know, I can give you advice, but if there's something you don't want to talk about, then you don't have to talk about it, okay? Madam, these people are so gentle. Well then, regarding which to tell them about, well, there's something I need to show them first. Got it, but there's something I need to show you first. What is it? I unhide the information field for the magic power and show it to Elia. Elia, yes. Ryalma-san, this. My magic power isn't as high as Elia's, but it's close. After that, I showed the other four the information field for my magic power as well. When I did, their eyes opened wide. I lost to Elia, but it shouldn't be that different. This is amazing. While it won't surpass Elia's, it's close. I only meant it as a joke that time, but to think that you would actually be on the same level as Elia in terms of magic power. Ara, you really are an amazing child, Ryalma-kun. When Elia saw the information field for my magic power, she shook a bit, then took my hands. She seems happy. That's amazing, Ryalma-san. For there to be someone who possesses magic power on the same level as me, I'm so happy. Elia took my hands and jumped up and down for a minute until she ran out of breath because of how happy she was. Ha ha. I'm sorry, I got a bit too excited. I don't know if it's out of embarrassment or because she's out of breath, but her face was flushed red. Either way, Madam spoke to me. Ryalma-kun, if you have this much magic power, then what about your magic techniques? I'll show my magic skills. If it's you guys, it's fine, as I said that I showed my different magic skills. Slave Magic LV2, Barrier Magic LV2, Healing Magic LV1, Alchemy LV2, Fire Magic LV3, Water Magic LV3, Wind Magic LV2, Earth Magic LV4, Neutral Magic LV3, Electric Magic LV1, Ice Magic LV2, Poison Magic LV2, Wood Magic LV3, Light Magic LV2, Dark Magic LV1, Space Magic LV3, Magic Perception LV3, Magic Manipulation LV4, Magic Recovery, Rate Up LV2. What amazing variety. And also the skills are quite high considering your age. I remember hearing that you possessed all attribute aptitude, but to think that you would actually use all attributes. Sebasu, all the low-level attributes are over LV2, and considering that your mid-level attributes also have level 2 or 3, it's more than enough. Reinhardt, as expected, your earth magic and space magic level is quite high, even though it's so difficult to raise the level of space magic. You've done a spectacular job going this far, Madam. In regards to one's prospects, you'll probably surpass me. And you actually also possess magic detection, manipulation, and recovery rate up. Sebasu, because I was living in the forest, I had to use magic, and so it somehow ended up like this. Most likely fire and water leveled up during cooking and when I had to take baths. And as for earth and space magic, I used them for hunting. So they were mostly used every day. Ryalma Fumu, did you use things like attack magic? Sebasu, no, during hunting it was mostly traps and bow. I could use fireball, but the meat would get burned and the parts I can eat will become few. And then there's earth needle, which I would use to substitute for a steak, which I would usually put inside my trap holes. Ryalma, I see. So because you've been using magic a lot in your daily life, you ended up leveling up. Then in the case, I suggest you practice attack magic since there's no disadvantage if you can use it, and also so that you'll be able to deal with a monster that can't be killed with anything except for magic. Sebasu, I forgot. Right, there was that kind of monster. Just like the monster of the light novel in the other world, template, that kind of monster. It's because I've isolated myself in the forest for too long that I completely forgot. Anyhow, I'll train in offensive magic from now on. Now that you mention it, I think I'd like to try that out. Low-level attribute magic is relatively easy, so even at your current level, if you practice it for a bit, you'll be able to use. Since you were able to attain earth magic, I think you'll also be able to use the higher levels. I don't really think it should be that difficult. Sebasu, Ryoma-kun has a lot of magic power, and you even have the magic manipulation skill which reduces the amount of magic power consumed, and even recovery rate up which increases the recovery rate. So with that in mind, you could definitely do a lot even in only a single day of practice. Reinhardt, you have a lot of advantage in regards to magic, so don't waste it, okay? Rainbach, yes, I'll do my best. Ryoma, as I said that, Rainbach-sama nodded at me with a satisfied face. However, after that he made a serious face and said this. Ryoma-kun, there's something I need to tell you beforehand. What is it? Your abilities compared to kids your age are ridiculously high. Because of that, there will be many people who will come at you with bad intentions. If you don't want that to happen, then hide your abilities and quickly gain a social status so that you may be able to protect yourself. Only, in your case, your abilities are too high, so hiding it will definitely be difficult. So you should register at the guild quickly and get a high rank. Regardless of what happens, we will also lend you our strength, but it's important that you yourself takes care, said Rainbach-sama as the madam followed up. In your case, since your abilities are too high, it becomes obvious that you have divine protection. We only had a vague feeling, but after seeing your skills, it becomes clear that you have divine protection. You need to be careful. Someone who possesses divine protection will definitely be targeted. Seriously, it's true I'm not really restraining myself, but was it that weird? I better be careful. I understand, I'll be careful. So we did the baptism in the church, and then after that I was warned, and now we are about to go to the Tamer Guild. Going to the Tamer Guild, in its surrounding there's a place where many magical beasts are connected, and there are many places for carriages to stop at. Just as what you'd expect from a mining town, magical beasts that work for transportation are numerous. Also, it seems that it's okay to bring small magical beasts inside the guild, so if I were to make the slimes use the compress skill, I'd be able to bring them in. Inside the guild there were only mostly humans, but from time to time I would see some goblins and kobolds who were made to carry things. In there, with Reinhardt-san leading us, we went to the counter where the staff member was at. Welcome to the Tamer Guild branch of the town of Gimyuru. May I know what the purpose of your visit may be? I want to register my daughter and this child, and also we have new information, understood. Please go inside. Under the guidance of the staff member, we were led inside and were served tea, and after a few minutes another staff member, a male who wore pompous clothes, came in. At that time, even without him saying, I had a bad feeling from him. What is this? This bad feeling? Welcome. I am the branch manager, Matthew Ganton. My greetings to the famous household of Jamil. Everyone, it is my pleasure to be meeting you all today. Your errand for today is the registration of the Ajao-sama, yes. I want to register my daughter and this kid. This kid, the man who named himself Matthew saw me. At that moment I noticed it. This kind of guy is exactly like the higher-ups in my previous life. They flatter those above them but fail to remember even the names of those below them. They're horrible people who refuse to look at those below them as humans and treat them like tools. This guy is that type. From the looks of things, it seems that my existence hasn't even entered his sight until now. He probably decided it based on the clothes. Those toady eyes he had before when talking to Reinhardtsan without changing his expression changed the moment he saw me. In his eyesight were a combination of contempt and jealousy. Even now you could see his eyes asking, "Why is someone like you with the members of the household of the Duke?" This person too. Yeah, that's right. Understood. Hey TL note. I can't show it in English, but he basically goes from heaven to hell in terms of politeness here. Matthew took 2 sheets of paper from the staff member behind him and gave it to me and Elia. Please fill out this form. Do you need someone to write for you? Thank you for your concern, but I can write just fine. Right. I quickly filled out the form with the necessary information, which includes the name, the age, race, and the length of time I've known slave magic or conjuration. Well then, please allow me to confirm. Ajao-sama, you tamed your first slime a few days ago. Much congratulations. From now on I'll be expecting great progress from Ajao-sama. And you, as for you, 3 years ago, what slave monster did you bring with you? Slime, heh, slime, huh. Even though you've already known slave magic for 3 years. As Matthew said that, Elia unhappily asked him a question. Because of this, Matthew was a bit panicked. I guess he remembered that for Elia's first slave monster, she also started off with a slime. Is there something wrong with a slime? No, I won't say it's bad, but slimes are weak monsters. So, unfortunately, there are only few missions that slimes can accept in this town. The jobs of slave magic users in this town is mainly the transport of things from the mines. So at the very least you'd need a goblin or a kobold. Otherwise, you'd only be able to take the introductory missions. Matthew gave that excuse, but it didn't work, and the madam came with the covering fire. Certainly, the work may be a bit few. However, because his master died while he was learning, he was not able to learn completely. So couldn't you be a bit more understanding? So that's the case, please pardon my rude behavior. As he said that, he lowered his head. Not to me though, but to the madam. I didn't even enter his line of sight. Well then, let us please continue with the registration. There doesn't seem to be any defects in the documents, so please bring out the proofs that you can use slave magic. You can show me your status board that proves you have the slave magic skill, or you can show me the enactment of the slave magic contract. Which will it be? At those words we, Elia and I, showed our status boards and the field that shows the slave magic skill. Yes, this is sufficient. Well then, please put your status boards on top of the stone block over here. The stone block that was brought out seemed to be quite similar to the one in the room of baptism in the church, also having a 4-sided depression. Except this time there is a metal plate inlaid into the depression. Looks like you're supposed to put the status board on top of the part of the plank that doesn't have anything on it. The first one was Elia, and after her I put my board on top of that stone block, and then a character showed on the metal plate. With this, the 2 of you have been registered. We welcome the 2 new members of our Tamer Guild. After Matthew said that, we moved into our next topic. Well then, I heard that today you have information to give me. Yes, it's this child's discovery. Saying that, the madam looked at me and Matthew also looked at me. This child, was it? Yes, this child was able to tame a slime that we 4 believe to have never been tamed before. If you investigate it, I'm sure you'll find there to be no information of it all. We believe it to be a new type. Oh. Is that so? At Madam's words, it's obvious that Matthew had lost all interest. With the smile he smoothed out, he looked at me with eyes that looked like he was looking at trash. I changed my mind. I'll just report the information about the new slimes. Would it be okay if I report? Ah, yeah. Then, what I had discovered, which we believe to be a new kind of slime, is the cleaner slime and the scavenger slime. This was confirmed with the magical beast appraisal, so there's no mistake. Their characteristics include having a particular fondness for eating dirt, but cleaner slimes don't eat anything aside from dirt, and won't attack or eat people or animals. Scavenger slimes are similar to cleaner slimes in that they won't attack humans or animals. However, they can eat anything, especially rotten meat, which they seem to love. I see. That's certainly a slime I've never heard of before. That disposition is strange. It's probably a new kind. Then I'll register the information of the magical beast here. Thanks for the new information. Don't mind, I just came across it by coincidence. Right. Well then, members of the household of Jammo, I still have things I must attend to, and I apologize as I am unable to see you out. Please excuse me and I'll take my leave here. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I and Elia gave our thanks, and after that we left the guild. Well then, what should we do now? Special training. Ryoma-san, why all of the sudden? Why do you want a special training all of the sudden? Because it's mortifying. Ryoma-san has always been researching, and yet, Ryoma-san, aren't you mortified? That's right, but it's not like I've been researching to be praised, and I've also gotten used to that kind of interaction, especially that kind. Because the workplace in the other world was full of people like that, and even if you get angry at those kind of words, there's nothing you can do. And also, I don't want to teach that person, so I only gave him the minimum information, so something like this, it's nothing at all. Ryoma-san, thank you for worrying for me and getting mad on my behalf, and then it suddenly hit me. I can talk normally. This past few days I've been staying with Elia and the rest. It's mostly been okay, but do you remember how I talked to that guy a while ago? That time, for some strange reason, the words came out smoothly. It was as if I was back in the company in my previous life. I wonder if it's because of the willpower of the corporate slave identity that has already been deeply ingrained into me. Ryoma-kun. Ah, yes, what is it? What's the matter? Nothing. It just seems that my speech has come back completely. In the past, I was surrounded a lot by those kind of people, so it looks my speech, which was deeply ingrained by guys like those, came back. Please talk just as you've talked until now. There's no need to humble yourself to us. TL note. By humble, he's referring to the use of polite language. That's right. Ryoma-kun, I don't like the way you talk now. It's too cold. Kids shouldn't be reserved. It's similar to how nobles talk. It's pressuring and make me feel uncomfortable. Ryoma-san, please talk just as you had before or so, complained the madam. Being told that. Well, whatever, let's go with the more casual one then. Got it. Then I'll do my best to talk just as usual. It's okay even if you call me your mother, you know. Well, it will be good if you take it slowly. Well then, what will you do now? Are you going back to the lodging? I think it will be good if Ryoma-sama also registers at the Adventurer Guild, said Sebasu-san, at which everyone seemed to approve except for me and Elia. From the looks of things, what that guy said was true. There are a lot of transport jobs here in the Tamer Guild, but those kind of jobs can't be taken by someone with only slimes. To begin with, conjurers and slave magic users have less jobs compared to others, so most of the members of the Tamer Guild also register at the Adventurers Guild and get jobs from there. And so we went to the Adventurers Guild, and just like the Adventurers Guild in Template, we did not have any troubles with the hoodlums. The guild rank goes from G to S, so there are 8 ranks. In general, you can't take jobs except for jobs on your level. But if you were make a party, and if several parties were to gather in the guild and take part in a large-scale mission with many people, the difficulty will go down, and you can take missions 1 to 2 ranks up your rank. The registration requires one to at least be 10 years old, so I have that cleared. However, until the age of 13, the guild will need to check the individual fighting abilities and will only be able to accept jobs that look like they will be able to bring out the results. Even if your rank were to be the same, that is. This is a safety measure to prevent kids who lack self-control from doing something reckless. Consequently, from 14 years old onwards, that limitation and warning is removed. But of course, if one were to fail the contract, one still has to take responsibility, pay the money for the breach of contract, loss of payment, and of course the danger to one's own life. Also when the town is exposed to danger. If one were to be in the town during that time, the guild will hold a meeting and will have to attend. While it's possible to reject this, one would need a justifiable reason and a large amount of money to be excused. Right now, I am being made to wait at the back of the examination area after again receiving the explanation of template. Because I'm under 13 years old, they need to check my fighting abilities. However, there is a problem here. Everyone should I go at full strength? Right, I'm uncertain whether or not you can receive a justifiable appraisal from the person at the Tamers Guild. So you should go at all out here, you should show what you're capable of. Omu, that will be good. If there's something, make sure you report, please do your best, go at while being relaxed, as I was receiving various encouragements from everyone. The receptionist along with a man with a good body build entered the practice area. You are the examiner for today. Yes, my name is Ryoma Bayashi. Please take care of me, and you guys would be his companions. That's right, nice to meet you. Do feel free to watch, however, please don't try to meddle with the examination, of course, after saying that the man faced me. The weapons you specialize in is a bow, huh? Alright, let's begin right away. First off, hit those 5 targets from that line. The number is 5. Hit the targets with one shot, one at a time. I stood at the line exactly as I was ordered and aimed at the target I was ordered to aim at. I opened my legs wide, shoulder length. I knocked my arrow, pulled my bow, and accurately fired at my target. This entire movement was done without hesitation, smoothly, quickly changing targets as I fired at my targets. Without panicking, without making a fuss, just calmly shooting the 5 targets, and after I've finished shooting, the 5 arrows all pierced the center of their respective targets. My ability to handle the bow has significantly increased since I came to this world. I also did archery in the past, but I couldn't shoot this fast in my past life. Incidentally, the school I come from is not the modern time Kyudo but Kyujutsu. Because of this, I didn't stop my movements like Kyudo would in their 8 stances of shooting. I could stop midway if I wanted to. But the essence of the Kyujutsu that has been passed on in my family goes like this. However faster you can shoot, and how accurately you can shoot your enemy lies in following through with your bow. In the past, if I were to stop even once for a moment, in the next instance, my dad's fist and his abusive voice will come flying at me. As soon as I finished shooting, I remembered such things. Recollecting something during the exam, I immediately looked at the man who was observing. He was already walking towards the target, and after confirming everything separately, he went back. Everything was dead center. Even if you say that the targets weren't moving, that was pretty good. The next one involves moving targets. Look at the wall across. The wall he pointed at had pillars at either ends, and beside the pillars was a hole. That was something proposed 300 years ago by an adventurer called Kengo who used a magic weapon called a shotgun. It's a magic tool that fires off projectiles for the sake of training. That's definitely a guy who was transported. Hey, this is a world of sword and magic and you brought a shotgun. He stopped being able to use the magic weapon and ended up at rank C, but he kept proposing the use of this equipment until he died. Somehow in its own way it became a good story. To that extent this equipment has that kind of value for the sake of training. Stopped being able to use. Is it because of poor maintenance? No ammo. That guy definitely pissed off the 3 gods. Otherwise he would have at least received a way to make ammo or maintain it. Unless you're upfront with those 3 gods, they won't give you appropriate support, you know. As I was thinking that the explanation continued. Understood. Then, the whistle will be the signal. Do your best, as he said that the guy handed me the quiver and he backed down. I held the bow in my hands and waited for the signal. Volume 1 Chapter 12. The Man Picked Up by the Gods, Volume 1 Chapter 12 TL Note. Kata Chinese letter. http://n. Wikipedia. org/wiki/kata. Also, there was a mistranslation in the previous chapter. I updated it already, but I'm putting it here so you guys can read it without going back. Please take the name part with a huge grain of salt. I don't know either. It's written in katakana and not hiragana or kanji, so I'm just assuming that maybe it's a name. So, here's the line. That was something proposed 300 years ago by the adventurer called Kengo, who used a magic weapon called a shotgun. It's a magic tool that fires off projectiles for the sake of training. Better ideas for this name. Wogan, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Volume 1, Chapter 12. Right after Ryoma finished shooting the 5 targets, Ilia made a fuss and was very excited. However, the other 4, after seeing Ryoma's abilities, were speechless. Amazing, Ryoma-san. Right, father. Ilia, Reinhardt-san. When using a bow, I thought you had to be more careful aiming, but it can actually be shot so fast, huh? Ilia, at Ilialia's words, Sebasu and Rainbach were a little panicked and corrected her misunderstanding. Ajao-sama, that's actually incorrect. What you've seen just now was a display of Ryoma-sama's ability. A normal archer wouldn't be able to display that kind of speed. Ryoma-sama's ability with the bow can't be compared to your run-of-the-mill archer. Sebasu-san, Ilia, you can't use Ryoma as a standard. Because letting the arrows off at that speed and hitting all the targets dead center is impossible for a normal person. It's highly probable that even amongst the soldiers of the country, the number of people that can do that are few. Rainbach-sama, really. As expected, Ryoma-san is really amazing. Ilia, certainly, he's amazing, but... Rainbach-san, we may have been underestimating Ryoma-sama's true strength. Sebasu-san, Ryoma doesn't have any self-awareness, but with the practice he has had in his previous world coupled with the time he had spent hunting ever since he came to this world, the strength of his bow hand had actually already reached a distinguished level, even amongst the soldiers of this country. But even though things may appear this way, he hasn't actually received any cheat from the gods outside of his magic abilities. Therefore, this is purely Ryoma's true strength. Finishing the examination that involved still targets, the next examination was a pseudo-clay pigeon shooting. Ryoma stood at the place he was ordered to stand and gripped his bow. But since the wall, the targets are going to come out of his opposite the location where Ilia and the rest are. Ilia and the rest, 5 people in all, stood behind Ryoma, and they, along with the examiner, could not see the face of Ryoma. If, for example, someone were to see Ryoma's face right now, how would they feel? At this moment, Ryoma has increased his concentration to the limit, being without a hint of impatience or tension, yet also without a hint of excitement or enthusiasm. There is tranquility, but all the traces of any emotions have completely disappeared from Ryoma. That was not an expression that an 11-year-old boy could possibly make. Looking at Ryoma right now, he may appear to be young, but he is in fact a man who has been training ever since his childhood in his previous life, bringing the time he has trained for to be nearly 40 years. Because of that, he had acquired the power to concentrate and to stay calm. There were also plenty of times where he wasted time in his day-to-day life, but he valued doing nothing except repetitively doing simple things. On that point alone did even his colleagues and bosses who scorned him every day acknowledge him. And that's precisely why they used Ryoma like a convenient machine to do their work. But even then, Ryoma wasn't able to fully utilize the strength of his concentration. The place where Ryoma was able to show his power the most was the martial arts he had gotten familiar with ever since his childhood. Ryoma traced the same kata every day, allowing the technique to permeate his body, and then he moved his body naturally as if he was breathing. With the body already able to move at will, and having no obstructions in his heart to bind him, he becomes able to bring out his technique completely to the limits. That is the true power of Ryalma, the talent of Ryalma. In the past, he matched his surrounding and controlled himself. Releasing the technique he had trained in the past wouldn't be forgiven. If he did that, those around him would be frightened or would have been frightened. The law of earth, common sense, that kind of thing which has been passed to the other world, right now, that kind of thing has nothing to do with Ryalma. Having escaped from the walls of the previous world, right here in this world, Ryalma released the true form of his full strength. The examiner blew his whistle, and a target flew from the right pillar. Ryalma let loose an arrow at where the target was going. The target was pierced and it fell to the ground. The next target came out of the left pillar, and again, Ryalma let loose an arrow at the direction the target was going, and it fell to the ground. There is the question whether the target is going to come out from the right or the left, but what Ryalma has to do won't change. Using the techniques he had trained for a long time, completely seeing through the trajectory of the flying targets, and only earnestly driving the arrows through, repetitively. Gradually, the speed and the interval at which the targets were being fired at changed, but Ryalma dealt with it. When several targets came out at the same time, he shot through one first, and then quickly took the next arrow from his quiver, and before disappearing into the hole on the opposite side, shot through it. At the last moment, 4 targets came out at the same time, but Ryalma put the arrows in between all his fingers, immediately taking out 4 arrows from his quiver, and in the blink of an eye he let loose 4 arrows and shot through all the targets. At that, he had used up all the arrows in his quiver, and the whistle signifying the end of the examination was blown. Tilde sighed. Ryalma tilde fu, looks like I can finally rest. WH. Earth Needle. As I bring down my bow, a knife was thrown at me from behind. In response to that, I caught the knife in between my fingers and then threw it back against the examiner. That man unsheathed his sword and knocked the knife I threw at him down. At that opening, I throw away the bow I have in my hand, and at the same time use the earth magic, earth needle. From in front of my eyes, just above, a sharpened rod of stone began to grow. I kicked its roots, breaking it, and the instant it separated, I wielded it as a spear. Stop, my bad, with this the exam is over. You've passed, so please stop that dangerous thing. Looks like the knife that was thrown at me was also a part of the exam. While keeping my guard up, I break the spear using break rock. Sorry about that, the knife I threw is something I generally do when holding these bow exams. A lot of people focus too much on the target and fail to keep their guard around them, so it's my way of warning them about that. And I tell them, if this was a forest and my knife was the attack of a magical beast, then you'd be dead. Most of the guys would reply that this is an examination area and make an unhappy face. Then, there are also the guys who would be understanding or grateful, and even some who'd manage to barely dodge, but you're the first one who actually fought back. And since I also don't have any problem with your bow, I won't put a limit on you. Feel free to take missions according to your rank. Looks like it really is a part of the examination, or rather it seems like it's because this guy is nosy. I let my guard down and then give my thanks. I understand. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'll be expecting lots from you, so do your best and don't push yourself too hard. Also, I'm the guild master of the Adventurers Guild branch of the town of Gimyuru, Wogan. Nice to meet you. This guy was a guild master. Please take care of me. You are actually a guild master, huh? Well, that's you guys. The guild master gave a fleeting side glance to my 5 companions and then said this. I don't know why, but there's no way I could leave someone who was accompanied by several members of a duke household to some poor guy. Well, that's true. You're right. Really, why did the members of the duke household all come together to go with you? I met the head, Reinhardt-sama, by coincidence while I was hunting in the forest. After 2 weeks they invited me to go travel with them. What kind of setting is that? Please pardon me for interrupting, but it seems that the exam has concluded. May I have the pleasure of knowing the results?" The one who intruded in our conversation was Sebasu-san. If one were to take a good look, it could be seen that Ilealia has been itchingly waiting for the results. "Oh, excuse me. He has passed with no problems, and I've decided not to limit his ability to accept missions since there seems to be no problem with his practical ability." "I see. Congratulations, Ryao Masama." Ilealia ran up to me and grabbed my hand, and went around in circles like she was dancing. Elia was really elated, and it showed through her entire body. However, being this happy, I can't help but be happy as well. "Elia-sama, please let go of Ryao Masama. Ryao Masama still has some legal procedures to complete." "Oh, right. Thank you very much, Sebasu-san." After that I went to a different room, or rather I went to the office of the guild master, and registered for the Adventurers Guild. Well then, I've said it before, Ryoma. I will not be putting a limit on you, and so I'll record that in your guild card. Like this you'll be able to take missions of the same rank as you wish, but do be careful. Yes, I'll do my best. Actually, just based on your abilities I can have you start from rank E, but because of your age, if you were to accept a rank E mission you'll stand out. If you do that all of the sudden, you might end up receiving the ill will of the people around you. So go start off from rank G and steadily show your ability. Thank you very much for your concern. Stop. You don't have to use polite speech with me. It's bothersome. That aside, who taught you how to use a bow? An elf. My grandpa did, but he's not an elf, he's a dwarf. A dwarf, huh? A dwarf that uses a bow is pretty rare, but it's not like they don't exist at all. They're a race that's particularly handy with their hands, so I guess there was such an expert with the bow who wasn't an elf, huh? Well, whatever, with this we've finished your registration. After that, you should take this with you. The guild master gave to me one envelope. What is this? It's an introduction to a blacksmith I know. In this town you're probably strong enough to handle 1 or 2 guys, but they're a bunch of stubborn workers, so with you being too young there's a possibility they might just turn you away at the gate. You flicked off my knife, and from your movements after that, you can also use a spear, yeah. Over there, there's a bunch, so go find a suitable weapon over there. As for armor, it's not their specialty, but they also have quite a bit there. It's better than buying from a bad store. I'm honestly grateful for this. Thank you very much. When I need a new weapon, I'll definitely go. I give my thanks and leave the room of the guild master. And now that the day has gotten dark, I went back to our lodging with the other 5 who were waiting for me in a different room. At that, I remembered something. Sebasu-san, is it possible to receive stones for the purpose of making a stone statue of a god in this lodging as well? Yes, it's possible. Are you going to make another one? Actually, in my baptism today I received the divine protection of a god I've never prayed to before. So I thought I'd make that person's statue. TL note. He uses the polite version when saying that person. I see. Then, if Ryao Masama does not mind me asking, may I know whose divine protection it is that you have received? It's the divine protection of the god of wine, Tekun. Or so it shows in my status board. The god of wine, Tekun, was it? It's rare for a human to receive his divine protection. Tekun-sama is a god of wine and at the same time the god of arts and craft, and is fundamentally worshipped by the dwarves. Would you happen to know why he would give you his protection? My grandpa who picked me up happens to be a dwarf, and I also helped out a little in my grandpa's smithy. I see, so that's the reason. It's highly probable that during that period something happened, and Ryao Masama gained Tekun-sama's favor. However, I'm quite concerned why Ryao Masama did not receive the divine protection of the god of craftsmanship instead. Divine protection of the god of craftsmanship. The divine protection that Tekun-sama gives has 2 kinds. One is the divine protection of the god of craftsmanship, and the other is the divine protection of the god of wine. The effects are, of course, different. I've heard that the former divine protection allows the blessed one's skill in smithing and the likes to increase faster, and will be able to produce good products. As for the latter, the effect goes that no matter how much one drinks wine, one won't end up dead drunk and won't get a hangover. And also, the opportunities to find good wine will increase. This is quite envious, but even if it's found out, it's not something that would cause problems. Is that so? Well, let's put that aside. If Ryao Masama is going to make a statue for Tekun Sama, then I believe this stone should be able to serve that purpose well. As Sabasu-san said that he took something out of his item box. It's one of the stones I made out of the earth and sand of the landslide. This is the stone that Ryao Masama had made. We brought these here since the size is fixed and there are plenty of these, so we thought it could be sold in the town and help with Ryao Masama's daily expenses. I did this because I believe Ryao Masama would probably refuse mine, as well the madams and the rest support. Thank you for going out of your way to do this for me. Please don't mind it. Also in regards to the stone statue, I've heard that Tekun Sama dislikes unnecessarily extravagant things, so it would be best to use cheaper materials when creating Tekun Sama's statue, and then creating the statue elaborately with all of one's own heart. And also offering a wine in front of the statue is best. The picture of Tekun Sama can also be bought just like the stones, and since it's the lodging we can buy wine as well. Then let's go buy. I went with Sabasu-san to the employees area, talked about my situation, and was told that a high-class alcohol that was very hard to get had just arrived. I was planning to just buy 3 bottles of that wine for the purpose of giving it as an offering, but Sabasu-san's eyes' color suddenly changed and bought 2 barrels. Apparently it's Rainbow Sama's favorite brand of alcohol, but because it isn't produced outside of a certain limit for the year, it's extremely difficult to acquire. Thanks to Ryao Masama's protection, or so Sabasu-san said as he gave his thanks with an amazing smile. From the looks of it, it's not just Rainbow Sama but also Sabasu-san who likes this wine. After that, I went back to my room, made the statue, offered the wine, took a bath with the cleaner slime and then retired for the day.